A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the great mountains of the western United States, there were many caves, ravines, and hidden valleys where outlaws could hide after committing a crime. The masked rider of the plains knew the country better than anyone else. It was for this reason that he brought so many criminals to justice. Astride his great horse Silver, he rode through the length and breadth of 7 states, and no man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young, and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Burnside. Tonto's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The mining town of Burnside lay at the foot of Eagle Pass. One afternoon, Dan Latham, who spent most of his time in the cafe, waited for Mary Frisbee to come out of the general store. When she finally appeared with her arms full of packages, he stepped forward and touched her shoulder.
Mary, I want to speak to you.
Oh, Uncle Dan, I didn't see you.
You don't bother to see me, in spite of the fact I'm your uncle.
My arms were filled. An awful lot of shopping.
Yeah, you dropped a package there.
I'll get it as soon as I get these others in the buckboard.
Must be nice to have so much money for spending.
Now, don't start hopping on that again, Uncle Dan.
You drop package.
Oh, thanks, Injun.
Maybe this feller lazy.
That'll do from you. I don't take nothing from a redskin.
There's a lot you could learn in the way of good manners from some of them. Good day.
Wait, I ain't done talking. Maybe your pa's told you things about me. He's always saying things that don't do me no good.
Let go my arm, Uncle Dan. Pa's told me the whole story about you and him.
And a pack of lies, I bet.
You and he worked the claim the two of you staked out as partners, but you drank and gambled so much you split up.
He done me out in my share.
No, he didn't. He divided the claim and you took first choice. Your half petered out to nothing, and he found a new load in his half.
He got rich. He's rich right now. And look at me. His wife's own brother. Down and out. Not a decent vest to my name. Not even the price of a drink.
Please, let go my arm. I know what Pa's done for you. He's given you thousands of dollars that he didn't have to, just because he felt sorry for you.
Lies, I tell you, it's lies. All he's ever done for me is to give me enough cash so he could lord it over me, so he could always say I was in his debt.
That's not true. Instead of appreciating what he's done for you, you resent it. If you'd saved your money instead of drinking and gambling, you'd have had plenty. Now, please let me go. I must get home.
I got something for you to tell, Ned. You ain't going till you hear it.
Then please hurry.
I ain't done with him. He swindled me. That's what he done. He swindled me, and I won't stand for it.
Is that all you want me to tell him?
Just tell him that.
You've been saying that for as long as I can remember.
Well, I ain't fooling. I mean it.
You let girl go.
You keep out in this. This is a family affair.
I'll go here.
Uncle Dan, I want you to take your hand off my arm at once.
I won't. No ornery redskin is doggone you.
Now, you go.
Thank you, Injun.
Me name Tonto.
Then thank you, Tonto.
You tell your old man that.
I'm sick of hearing that. Get up there.
I'll get square. I'll fix things someday. I ain't gonna be the underdog all the time. You wait, Mary Frisbee. You and your old man will get what's coming to you.
You, he big fool.
And you, too. You'll get yours for slapping my arm away. You just wait.
Well, Paul, while I was in town, I saw him again.
Drinking?
He had been. He was feeling sorry for himself.
Yeah. Just the same as usual, eh, Mary?
Uh-huh.
Blamed fool. It's too bad he didn't straighten himself around, get a job of some sort.
He was half crying at the way things had been going with him.
Broke?
Well, I guess so, Paul.
He was here a few days ago, and I give him $50.
He's probably blowed that in, same as all the rest of his money.
Well, I'm not going to worry about him anymore, Mary. For 15 years, he's been growling around about the way I swindled him.
No one believes him.
I know, but I'm getting sick and tired of it.
I think he is, too.
What do you mean by that?
There was something about the way he acted today. It sort of worried me.
Worried you? Mary, you ain't given to
I
worrying.
know it. That's the reason I sort of take it serious now.
What'd he say?
It wasn't so much what he said as to how he said it. I think he's got some sort of scheme in the back of his mind.
He never stays sober long enough to think straight.
He might think crooked.
Mary, what are you driving at?
I don't know, Pa. It was a funny look in his eyes when he said he'd get square.
What else did he say?
Said he wasn't going to be the underdog all the time.
We'll fix that. You just sit right there, Mary. I'll be right back.
What are you going to do?
I'll show you. Hey, Jim. You, Jim. Come in the house here a moment.
Coming, boss.
Jim Brandt will be right in.
You think I better change my plans about going to visit Aunt Sally?
Not by a darn sight. We won't let that ornery no-account brother-in-law of mine interfere with your plans. You've counted a long time on going to visit your aunt, and you're going.
Want to see me, boss?
Yeah, close the door, Jim.
Sure. Anything wrong?
Not yet, Jim. But I'm just going to make sure there ain't going to be nothing wrong. You know Dan Latham?
Who is there in these mountains don't?
He's been making more threats.
Well, that don't mean nothing, boss. He's always making threats.
Well, maybe he's getting serious. Anyhow, that's the way Mary feels about it.
Oh, I didn't mean to worry you so much, Pa.
It's all right, Mary. But, Jim, you see, Mary's planning to ride through Eagle Pass to visit her Aunt Sally.
Sure, I know.
I wouldn't put it past Dan to try and make a little trouble.
She ain't nerve enough for that, boss.
Oh, can't tell about a man like Dan. Anyhow, I'm changing the plans I had of letting her ride through the pass alone. I want you to go along with her.
Well, that suits me fine.
Good enough.
I'll go see who that is, Pa.
All right, Mary, I'll go over the plans with Jim.
Me come tell you.
Oh, it's Tonto.
Who's that?
Pa, this is the Indian sent Uncle Dan about his business when he was trying to stop me.
Oh, come in. Mary was telling me that she met Dan in town today.
Dan him bad feller.
You ain't telling me nothing.
What'd you come here for, Injun?
Me come tell news.
News? What sort of news?
Is anything wrong?
Maybe plenty wrong.
Go on.
Me hear feller in town.
Dan?
That right.
What'd you hear? What do you have to say?
Him talk to another feller. Maybe them make plenty trouble for you.
Yeah?
Him not take drink.
He didn't take a drink?
That right.
Why not? That's the first time I ever heard of him refusing one.
Him say him keep sober.
What's he want to keep sober for? He sure changed a lot.
Him say him got plenty big plan.
Look here, Injun. Did he say anything about what his plan was?
Oh, you can't go much by what Dan says. And I wouldn't take much stock in what a redskin says either, boss.
I want a reward, eh, Injun?
No, that's not right.
Well, whatever happens, we got things in hand, savvy?
Now you can mind your own business, Injun.
That good.
You shouldn't have talked to the Indian that way.
Shucks, it's all right to help you out like you done this afternoon, but he needn't think he has the right to interfere with all of our
I
affairs.
don't think he felt that way. He just heard Dan saying things, and he thought we ought to know about it.
But that's funny. Did you hear that?
Well, there was 2 men out there.
Yeah. Now, what do you make of that, Jim?
Might make a plenty
I
of
don't
it.
like the way you talk about Tonto. After all, he's been right now.
Now, Mary, don't you worry about it. It ain't no business of yours.
And the fact that he had another man waiting outside for him, that strikes me as being downright suspicious.
Same here, Jim. You reckon the Injun's up to something?
Either that or he's hooked up with Dan.
Well, I'll be just as well satisfied for Mary to get out of here for a while. Maybe while she's visiting her aunt, I'll be able to have a final showdown with him. Jim, you figure on riding with her till she gets past Eagle Pass.
I sure will, boss, and you don't have to worry.
As Tonto and the Lone Ranger rode away from Ned Frisbee's home, they discussed what Tonto had overheard and what Jim Grant and Ned Frisbee had said.
I heard most of the conversation through the window, Tonto. The girl's planning to ride through Eagle Pass.
Not plenty bad country.
It's a good thing that fellow's going with her.
Him bad feller.
What do you mean, Tonto?
Me see him.
He's one of Ned Frisbee's trusted men.
Maybe so. Tonto not like him.
You're usually right at judging a man, Tonto, but still...
Tonto think him bad feller.
When you heard Dan Latham talking, he said he had a partner.
But
we don't know who that partner is.
Not right.
Tonto, there's only one place that he can make a play to capture Mary Frisbee.
That Eagle Pass.
That's right. I'm going to watch Dan in town. If he leaves, I'll follow him.
That be good.
And in the meantime, you ride to Eagle Pass and be sure the girl gets through there safely.
Tonto do that.
You might start right now. You head north, and I'll head for Burnside.
Tonto go now. Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Late that night, while the Lone Ranger hunted through the town of Burnside for Dan Latham, the man he sought met Jim Brant in the dark shadows of a grove of trees close to Frisbee's home.
Everything is set, Dan.
Good enough. Remember, whatever I get, you get half.
I'm counting on that. Things worked out even better than we figured.
How's that, Jim?
I didn't even have to ask the boss to get time off to visit friends.
I didn't ask him. Then how in blazes are you going to get to Eagle Pass?
You'll laugh when I tell you. I'm going to ride there with a girl.
With her?
That's right. The old man's sending me along to protect her, in case you try any stunts.
That sounds good.
It'll work out perfect. Once we get in the pass, there's plenty of hiding places alongside the trail. I'll just tie her up. Savvy?
Good enough. And I'll be free to handle the deal with Frisbee. Before I'm done, I'll have what's rightfully mine.
The Lone Ranger felt sure that whatever attempt was made to harm Mary Frisbee, Tonto would be there to help her. The masked man himself kept an eye on Dan Latham in town, watching every move he made. Toward sundown the next day, Mary and Jim Brant were riding through Eagle Pass.
I'd hate to come through here after dark. I bet there's a plenty of wild animals in the hills here.
Yeah, right patterns.
We'll be through the pass and into the open before it's dark, won't we, Jim?
Well, that's hard to say, Mary. Lots can happen before we get out of here.
What do you mean?
Well, let me see. Where's that rock?
What are you looking for?
Oh, there's a rock near here, right along here somewheres. It marks a hiding place, and a doggone good one, Mary. A person lost in here can never be found. There's the rock, up ahead there.
Well, what about it?
That rock marks a place where an old trail leads into a cave. Ain't many men know about that cave.
What do you mean?
A man could stay hid there for years and never be found. A man could starve to death there if he was tied up.
Well, what about it?
Whatever happens to a man could happen to a woman. Sure hope your pa feels generous. Here's where we leave the trail, Mary, and break through that underbrush.
Wait, what are you
Now
doing?
you do what I tell you.
Jim, put that down.
Get moving. I ain't fooling.
You double-crossed.
Come on, you may as well have it now. Me and your uncle are working together on this, and your old man's going to turn over half of everything he's got if he wants you out of here alive.
Get him up, Scout.
Help! Help, Tonto!
You let girl go.
That blamed engine again. I figured someone was following me. Well, you won't stop me.
Oh!
You killed him.
That fixed him. Now, by thunder, everything's worked out just perfect. When I come back, I'll tell the story about how the engine tried to capture you. And if you have to starve here, it's the engine who'll take the blame. Now, get to that cave.
Tonto, the faithful companion of the Lone Ranger, lay on the ground beside his horse. Jim Brant's bullets had found their mark. In just a moment, we'll continue with the second act of our Lone Ranger drama. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, certain that Tonto was guarding Mary Frisbee as she rode through Eagle Pass, watched Dan Latham as he made the plans to kidnap the girl. The day after Mary left her father to visit a relative, Dan called at Frisbee's home.
Who's there?
Open up. Open up, Ned. I gotta talk to you.
Wait a minute. Dan, what do you want here? I told you never to show your face around here again.
Yeah, you told me a lot of things, Frisbee. But I reckon this is the time you're going to begin taking things back.
What do you mean?
I'll just step in where we can talk private, if you don't mind.
All right. Say all you got to say now and get it over with. This is the last time you're going to set foot inside this house.
Yeah?
That's what I said. Mary told me how you acted toward her in town. I'm sick and tired of the way you've been talking around town and treating Mary.
Sick and tired, huh?
You heard me. Now, what do you want here?
I want cash.
Got all the cash you're going to get. I gave you $50 less than a week ago.
$50. You talk as if that was a heap of money.
It is.
Well, there's lots of ways of looking at it, Ned. $50 is a lot of money for small change, but it don't compare to 50 or 60,000.
What are you talking about?
50 or 60,000. That's what I want this time.
You've been drinking too much.
I ain't had a drop for days. I kept a special sober for this deal, Ned.
Talk.
Your daughter's going on a trip, ain't she?
What do you know about my daughter?
Sort of a dangerous trip, too, going through Eagle Pass. Mighty dangerous. Lots of things can happen there. Bad places in the trail where a horse could slip and break a leg. And if the rider was throwed from his horse, he could lay there till he starved to death and never be found.
I get it. Well, let me tell you something, Dan. That Injun told me you might be scheming something.
Yeah?
And he told me plenty about you. And because of what he told me, I sent Jim Brandt to see that Mary got through the pass safe.
Jim Brandt ain't much protection.
There ain't a handier man with a gun in the part of the country.
What would you say if I told you Jim Brandt and me was going to split the cash that I'm going to get from you?
What's that?
That sort of surprises you, don't it?
You mean?
I mean what I said. Jim Brandt was planning to ask you for a few days off to visit relatives. He was going to use them days to lay in wait for Mary when she came through Eagle Pass. Instead of that, you played right into our hands and sent the girl along with him.
Why, you dirty
Ain't no
ornery
use getting
coyote.
excited. There ain't no use trying to find them. You could send a scouting party to scour the whole pass, and you wouldn't find the hiding place, savvy?
I ought to put lead through you.
That's the surest way I know of to kill your daughter. You give me the money I want, or you won't get Mary back.
Stand right where you are.
What the?
Mask!
You're coming. Don't reach for guns.
No, see here.
Who's this? Another of your killer friends?
No, I never seen him before.
Frisbee, I was here the other evening when the Indian came to see you.
Injun?
You call your horse Silver?
That's right. Tonto and I knew that your daughter was to go through Eagle Pass. Tonto didn't think that Jim Brandt was on the level.
I always thought he was, till this skunk come here.
Tonto followed the two. If Brandt makes any attempt to abduct your daughter, Tonto will prevent it.
Yeah?
Why,
Sit
you...
still.
Are you sure of that?
Tonto has never failed before. Don't pay that man any money.
Now, Dan, you've stuck your neck in the noose. Stranger, I don't know who you are or where you come from.
That doesn't matter.
But it's my guess that Providence sent you. This polecat had me where I'd have had to pay him all I owned to save Mary.
I heard what he said before I came in.
But hold on. How'll I know that Mary's safe? She'd go right on to her aunt's place.
Tonto will come back with Jim Brandt a prisoner. Your daughter will likely ride back with them to tell her story.
Dan, I'm going to see you hang for this. At last you made the break that'll put you where you belong. Stranger, I'm drawing my gun.
Not to kill.
Oh, don't worry. I won't kill the rat, much as he deserves it. I let the law do that. You've done a heap for me. Now, if you'd just do me one more favor and ride to town and send the sheriff here to get this coyote...
I will.
There's horses coming now. Maybe that's the redskin and my daughter.
That isn't Tonto's voice.
Hi there, Ned. We're fetching bad news.
The sheriff.
Hey, what's this mean? A masked man and Dan Latham.
It means just this. Latham schemed with Jim Brandt to kidnap Mary when she went through Eagle Pass.
I know.
How'd you know?
You finish talking, then I'll tell my story. Come on in, Stan.
I'm coming. I just tethered the horse.
Go on, Ned.
Dan Latham, like I said, schemed with Brandt to capture Mary. He come here, telling me it cost me $50,000 to save her life.
Yep.
But the masked man has an Indian friend, savvy?
So that's where the redskin come from.
What do you mean?
What about the redskin?
He suspicioned something and followed Mary and Jim. And the masked man tells me he'll rescue Mary. Says that I can count on him.
I see.
So I want you to throw Dan in jail and hold him.
Wait a minute, Ned. There's nothing I'd sooner do than throw the rat in the calaboose. There's nothing I hate more than the dicker with his breed. Yet there's one thing that's a sight more important than seeing him get what he should.
Well?
That's your daughter's life.
But she...
You wondered how I knowed she was kidnapped, how I knowed about the redskin. Well, Stan here can tell you the whole story.
What story?
Go on, Stan.
Well, I was riding this way, coming through Eagle Pass, when I seen a horse blocking the road ahead.
Where?
Right at the end of the pass, this end. That don't show that the hideout is near here, though. The horse might have been led there and tethered till someone come through, just like I did. There was a note fastened to the saddle.
Whose horse?
Your daughter's.
Go on.
The note said the girl was captured and the redskin shot.
Shot? That's the man you spoke of, eh?
Tonto, shot.
That means he failed.
For the first time.
And if he failed, it means that Brant has Mary.
There was all the instructions on the message, Ned. It looks like the only way to save the girl is let Latham go free and pay what he asks.
You see? Your scheme fell through after all. Now put down them guns and get out of here.
Can't you scour those mountains and find that hideout?
Stranger, it'd take years to search 'em all. And even then, we'd be likely to miss where the girl's hid.
You think, Sheriff, the only way is to do what this skunk wants?
I hate the idea of it, Ned. There ain't no one hates more than me to pay that cash and pledge that the law won't punish him. But on the other hand, it's...
Mary's life.
The note said some more. Said that the cash had to be paid by sundown.
Was there any proof that Tonto was shot?
Yep, here.
What's that?
This here bundle was fastened to Miss Mary's horse.
Let me see it.
It's an Injun's jacket.
Tonto's.
You can see the bullet holes and where...
Yes, and this stain.
Ain't no question, Wood. He's inside it when them holes was made.
If only there was some way to track a man or horse in that pass. But there ain't. It's all rock.
Frisbee.
Huh?
They want the cash by sundown.
Yeah.
I'm heading for the pass. Don't pay a dime until the last minute.
What's your idea?
I'm still not convinced that Tonto has failed. I'm riding for that pass.
But you can't get there and back by sundown.
Not with an ordinary horse, but I'm riding on silver.
You won't find them. You won't find them, and if that cash ain't
You
paid...
shut up. You're staying right here till that man gets back.
I'll be back.
There might be hope, Ned. He called his horse Silver. He's masked.
But I don't savvy...
Go on, mister. Ride that horse. Hit for Eagle Pass.
You know him?
Ride, Lone Ranger, ride. The great horse Silver raced toward the hills and then started the treacherous climb upwards. There was scant hope, however, that the Lone Ranger would be able to find the girl and Tonto. And even if he were successful, it would be almost impossible to return to Frisbee's home before the sunset. Meanwhile, in a well-concealed camp far from the main trail, Jim Brant talked with Mary.
No use you worrying about it, Mary. Your pa'll pay the cash and everything will be all right.
Don't talk to me.
And even if he don't, there ain't no cause to worry, see? I ain't gonna leave you here to starve like your uncle planned me to do. No, I wouldn't do that. I'd take you away, and me and you will get married. You'll make a good wife.
I'd sooner stay here and starve.
Nah, that ain't no way to feel about it. After all, I ain't a bad hombre. I'm just taking a chance of a lifetime to get plenty of cash.
You only...
Lot of spunk, huh? That's the kind of woman I like. You see, me marrying you, it'll sort of keep the cash right in the family. Leastwise, the half of the cash that I get.
How's that Injun?
I ain't interested in
You
him.
might at least do what you can for him. He's wounded mighty bad.
Hey, let him die.
If you don't want to help him, untie my hands and let me...
I ain't untying your hands, and I ain't wasting my time playing nurse to no redskin. Too bad he didn't die right off the bat. Maybe I should sort of help him out.
Please help him.
All right. I'll help you, Mary.
Wait, I didn't mean that.
That's too bad I didn't think of it before. He's already got one bullet in him. Another one will finish him.
Please don't.
This'll be interesting.
Wait, Jim.
Save your breath.
You let him shoot.
But Tonto...
Tonto not mind.
There, you see?
Me ask one thing.
Yeah? Well, reckon that's all right. Go on and ask.
You come close. Tonto got secret.
Can't you talk no louder?
Come close. Tonto got secret.
All right. Go on, tell me what's on your mind and be fast.
You got Tonto hand tied tight.
I don't take no chances.
You think wound make Tonto plenty weak.
All right, I think the wound made you weak.
You think Tonto hand still tied.
But them not tied. How's you get free.
Get him, Tonto.
He take gun.
Knock him down. Get him, Tonto.
He take you.
You got him. Oh, Tonto, you got him.
No. Now me get you free.
How did you do it, Tonto?
Tonto find sharp rock. Cut through rope.
You weren't hurt as bad as he thought.
That's right. Bullet not hurt bad.
Never mind hurting my arms. Get
No.
these ropes off.
Be cut.
We've got to get back to Paw fast.
There. Rope gone now.
What about Jim Brand?
Tonto fix him. Put rope on him. Here, Scout.
Can your horse make Tonto go too late?
We try. Now, Tonto fix this fella. Fight.
There goes the sun. Now you better hand over that cash and sign the agreement fast.
What about it, Sheriff?
Well, Ned, I've been hoping and praying that in spite of all the odds against it, the masked man would do the impossible. But it don't seem he's done it.
He ain't. And if I don't get that agreement that me and Jim won't be jailed, then the whole deal is off. I've got to start now if I'm to send the signal to Jim that the cash is delivered.
Open that door. Let's see the sun.
It's going down, Ned.
That settles it. Here's the cash, all of it.
I'll sign the agreement now. You have to sign it too, Ned.
Yes, you sign it, and then the deputy can sign as witness. You can't back out on your promise. Untie me now and let me have that cash.
Hold on.
What's that?
Look, there he comes.
He's riding back. Look at that horse come. Look at the Lone Ranger ride. Hold that money till he gets here. Come on. Oh, boy, steady there. What's the news? Don't give that man a dime. Get him to jail.
But what about my girl? What of Mary?
They're coming behind me. I met Mary and Tonto on the trail. Rand is tied in the cave waiting for you, Sheriff.
There they come, just breaking from that row of timber.
And the way that girl is riding, Ned, there ain't a thing that's wrong with her. Tonto was wounded, but Tonto didn't fail.
Mister, if you'll take a reward, you can have this cash that I was about to give the polecat.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on there, Silver, old boy! There's trouble up the railroad! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The masked rider of the plains realized that the coming of the railroad would be a great event for the western United States. Without thought of reward, he helped the engineers overcome the obstacles that stood in their way, the greed of men and the ruthlessness of nature. With his aid, the great project was completed, and the West took another step toward civilization. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Big Bend! Tunnel's waiting for us! Hello, Silver! Away!
Jim Webster was in charge of the construction camp not far from the town of Big Bend. Our story opens an hour before daybreak. Bart Fleming enters the overseer's tent and, grasping Jim's shoulder, shakes him roughly.
Wake up, Jim. Wake up, will you? Wake up, fella.
What's the matter? It isn't daybreak yet. Let me sleep a little longer, will you?
You can't sleep. Get up, I tell you. There's a dickens of a time going on.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Are you awake?
Sure, I'm awake. Tell me, Bart, what's the trouble?
Trouble aplenty. You know, last night one of the boys was took sick?
Yes, sort of a fever.
That's right. There's 3 more sick tonight. And no telling how many more before this day's over.
What's the cause of it?
Oh, don't ask me. You come and talk to those men.
Where's that medicine kit?
It's gone.
Gone? What in blazes could
I
have happened?
tried to find it. I was in here an hour ago with a lantern looking for it. It's just disappeared.
Bart, what do you make of that? Who take the medicine kit? No one's allowed to touch it but you and me.
I know that. Well, put your boots on and come with me. The boys are over near the cook tent.
I'll be with you in just a second. Confound it. I figured we'd have the tracks as far as Big Bend when I rode in town to make my next report.
You'll have a hard time doing it with 4 men on the sick list.
If any more get laid up, we can't do it. There, I'm ready. Won't bother to lace the boots. Let's go have a look at those men.
They're groaning something awful.
Feverish, you say?
Yeah, just like that one last night.
Well, how's he?
Well, we look at the others first. I'll tell you about Slim Prindle later.
Tell me now.
Well, if you've got to have it, Slim died.
What?
It's the truth.
I didn't think it was as bad as that.
It is.
You know what this job means, Bart.
I know.
The big chance of our lives if we finish that contract on time. And if we don't finish the contract on time, you know what that means.
The company loses it. And there's plenty of important money in the East that would like to see our company lose it.
I know. But our main concern right now is the men in that tent. Do any of the others know about it?
Not yet. They'll know about it at breakfast time, though. Can't keep it from them. Lucky thing all 3 of the boys was in the same tent.
No one else in there?
No. Here we are.
You keep back.
An Injun.
What are you doing here?
Me, Tonto.
I don't give a hang who you are. Get away from those men. They're ailing.
Me know that. Them plenty sick.
How'd you get here? Where are you from? What are you doing there?
Me fix a man.
Maybe you're the one fixed them already. Come on, Injun. Get.
Tonto not go. Tonto here, fellers grown.
Are they dead?
No. Them not dead.
Well, they're quiet now.
That right. Them sleep.
Where'd you come from?
That not matter. You get plenty cold water.
What'd you do for them men?
Me give 'em engine medicine. Make 'em well soon.
Do you mean to say you just passed by here and heard them groaning?
Not right.
Do you know what's wrong with them?
Them got fever.
What caused that fever?
Maybe bad water.
Bad water? They've had the same water we've been drinking, ain't they?
Me not know that. You get cold water now. Keep cold cloth on head.
Bart, I like the Indian style. He seems to know what he's talking about. We're going to do what he says. 1 man's dead already. And if the Indian can save these 3 and any others that get sick, then...
Hold on, Jim. He said the water they've been drinking was bad. If that's the case, every man in camp's likely to come down with a fever.
We'll find out about that later on. The main thing now is to get these men fixed up. You tell us what to do, Tonto, and we'll do it.
The following day, Jim Webster rode into the town of Green Flats, where the western office of the construction company was located. He made his report to Felix Gibbons.
So you're trying to excuse yourself for not carrying the tracks to Big Bend by saying your men was took sick?
There's more to it than that, Mr. Gibbons. One of them died.
I don't care how many men die. The tracks should be in Big Bend by today. They ain't there. We're behind schedule. That's bad, mighty bad.
But confound it, Gibbons. You ought to be glad we've got the men back on their feet and able to go to work. There's something mighty funny about those men.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you what I mean. Someone drew water from a spring that everyone knew was unsafe for drinking.
Seems to me if you're in charge of the work, you ought to check the water and food they get.
I can't be every place at once. The water they generally use is all right, but someone filled the canteens from that bad spring.
Trying to pass the blame. I suppose the next thing you'll tell me is that someone done it a purpose just to hamper your work.
I wouldn't be surprised at that either. It would mean a lot to that Maryland company to get the job, and that's what they'll do if we don't finish on time.
Yes, that's just what they'll do. And if we don't finish on time, you're the one to blame.
I'll take the blame.
You'll take the blame, all right. What's more, if we fail, you don't draw a cent of pay for no part of the job.
You've got nothing to say about that.
We'll see about that, mister. Now, get out of here.
Don't you want to hear the rest of it?
Not interested. Only thing I'm interested in is seeing this job done on schedule. Excuses, alibis, explanations. They don't mean a thing to me. The fact stands the job ain't done, we lose the contract.
All right. But I thought you might be interested in knowing that my suspicions were backed up by the fact that someone stole my medicine kit.
I told you I'm not interested.
You might be if you knew we owe an Indian some money.
Indian?
You heard me. He said he'd hang around the camp till I got back. I didn't tell him I'd pay him, but I owe him plenty. He knew what was wrong with those men and how to cure it.
You mean to say they had fever and they're cured already?
No, they're not cured, but they're better and they're going to get well. The important thing is, no more have taken sick.
We got no allowance for Indians to go around trying to cure a fever.
I should have known better than to expect this office to pay for a thing like that. But it's all right. I'll pay it out of my own pocket and gladly. I'll be here next week.
You see that job goes along on schedule.
I'm doing the best any man can do.
Mr. Webster?
Oh, yes, Miss Molly.
Come here a minute. I want to speak to you.
Why, yes, sure.
Maybe I shouldn't say anything about it, but there's something I think you ought to know.
Oh, what's that?
Working here in this office, I hear and see quite a bit.
I'll bet you do. I don't see how you get along with Gibbons, though.
He's a hard man to work for, I'll admit that. Has anything gone wrong on the job?
4 of the men came down with fever, and one of them died. And Indian cured the other 3 and told us what the trouble was.
Is there any chance that someone might have made them sick on purpose?
Why do you ask that?
Is there?
I had a suspicion there might be. Someone stole my medicine kit.
Jim, watch out for things.
What do you mean, Miss Molly?
Well, I can't tell you any more than that.
Howdy, Molly. Well, Webster, what are you doing here?
I might ask the same thing of you, Sneed. What are you doing here in town? You're supposed to be back on the job.
Yeah? Well, you ain't nothing to say about me no more.
What do you mean?
I'm taking orders from Gibbons himself from now on. Savvy? He sent for me. I'm going in to see him right now.
I despise that man.
Sneed's about the ugliest fellow we have on the job.
Didn't you know he was coming to town today?
No.
Mr. Gibbons sent word to him direct.
Why didn't he send word to me?
I don't know, Jim. But just remember what I told you. I can't say any more than that. Just watch out for yourself. There's something mighty funny going on.
Thanks. I'll be on the lookout. I hope I'll see you next time I come to town, Miss Molly.
I hope so, too. Goodbye, Jim.
Bye.
If I could only tell him more. If I could only find out more.
Molly, step in here.
Yes, Mr. Gibbons.
Molly, open the safe and get $100 from Mr. Sneed.
$100?
You heard me. Do as you're told.
Very well.
Tain't my fault, Gibbons, that the fever idea fell through. A doggone Indian.
No excuses, Sneed. No excuses. I thought we might set the job back by following your suggestion, but we didn't. All right, we'll try another scheme.
You're really going to give me that $100?
100 now. The rest of what I promised you when you fulfill your part of the agreement. That job has to be fixed so it'll fall down.
It's set back some now.
Not far enough. Jim Webster could make up the work he's lost so far. We've got to keep him from fulfilling the contract. There's $5,000 in it.
Just who's paying all that cash?
It's none of your business, but I'll tell you. It's the company that'll get the contract if the company I represent falls down.
So you're sort of double-crossing the folks, eh?
A man has to make a living where he can these days. Now, listen. No matter how hard those men work, they can't work without supplies.
Of course not.
All right. Supplies are coming through next week on the work train.
Yeah?
The supplies are supposed to meet the working crew at Big Bend Creek.
Sure, I know that. The boys are supposed to get the tracks there this week and wait there till the trains come up to meet them. The train will have the supplies to build a bridge and carry the tracks beyond the creek.
That's it.
The way I figure, they'll have the tracks to the creek by Monday night.
The train should pass Rock Center tonight. You can get there by hard riding.
Yeah. I can make it easy if the train don't come too early.
The train's due at midnight. Maybe half an hour early or late. You can't tell about that. But it won't be there before 11. It has to cross a bridge there. Savvy?
Go on, boss. I'm a-listening.
If something happens to that bridge, the supplies won't reach Big Bend.
Gibbons, that's all you gotta tell me. I'll get started as soon as I get that cash.
Jim Webster rode away from Green Flats in the direction of the camp, his mind filled with what Gibbons had said and the warning Molly had given him. Tonto met him on the trail.
Hey, you feller.
Huh? Oh, over there.
Oh, Scout. Oh.
You're Tonto.
That's right. You go back now. Fellers get well.
Indian, you saved the lives of a lot of men. I don't know how many others would have been given that bad water if you hadn't found out about it.
That's all right.
It isn't all right until I show my appreciation. I don't have much with me, but I...
Tonto not want money.
Where are you going now?
Me go meet friend.
Well, look here. I wish you'd come back to the camp with me.
You not need Tonto now.
But we might. There's likely to be a lot more trouble before this job is done. You seem to have a way of helping us out. I'll give you a job.
What other trouble?
Well, I don't know. That's what bothers me. I have half a suspicion that Gibbons, the man in the office in town, is double-crossing our company.
Why you think that?
Well, nothing I can point out in particular, but I'd like to have you sort of keep an eye on a fellow named Sneed.
Oh, Tonto knows Sneed.
You do?
Him feller make footprint near bad water.
Is that so? Well, why didn't you tell me?
Me not know if him make mistake or...
That fits in with other things. By thunder, I'll bet Sneed and Gibbons are working against us. There's been a lot of small things, and seeing Sneed in that office... Look here, Tonto. You've got to come back. I'll tell you what you do. You wait right here. Sneed should be riding back along this way pretty soon. You wait here till he comes by. Let him get past. Then come after him and keep an eye on him. Maybe you can get proof he's the one that's been plotting against us.
Other man help Tonto.
What other man? Oh, you mean my friend Bart?
No. Tonto friend.
Who?
Tonto go get him. Tonto help you. Get him up, Scout.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Tonto rode to meet the Lone Ranger and told him about Jim Webster's suspicions and the sudden attack of fever in the camp. It was nearly dark when he had finished, and the masked man said,
Tonto, from what you tell me, it seems almost certain that this man Gibbons is planning to keep the railroad crew from carrying out their contract on time.
And that's what Webster feller think.
And you, Tonto?
Tonto think same.
But how can we learn the truth? There's 100 things they could do.
That's right.
Perhaps Sneed won't even be involved. We might try and trail him and find that we were watching the wrong man.
Tonto got ID.
What is it?
One feller know scheme.
Who?
Feller who make scheme.
Gibbons?
Maybe we go make him talk, huh?
That's the only thing. We can make him talk.
Maybe we try.
Here, Silver.
You go?
Yes.
Wait.
What's the matter, Tonto?
Maybe you wait here. Let Tonto go alone.
What do you mean?
Tonto make him talk.
No, Tonto. Yet, in the case of this sort, that man is scheming to destroy the railroad. If he planned to have men given bad water, he deserves almost anything.
Yep. That's right. And that's why Tonto won't go alone.
That's just why you're not going alone. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Scout.
Hold there, Silver. Hold there. Ranger, Where's Felix Gibbons now?
Huh? Oh, Gibbons. You mean Mr. Gibbons?
Yes.
I reckon he'll be to bed. It's most 9 o'clock, and he goes to bed mighty early. He ain't given to what he calls wasting time in the cafe. Now take me. I can't see as it's any wasted time for a man...
Where does he live?
Huh? Oh, live. Why, he hunted all over town till he got the cheapest room he could find. Boards with more Ashwell. Even then he beat her down $2 a week.
Where's the house?
Now you go straight ahead to the last house in the row. Then keep going. It's just beyond, set off by itself from the others.
Thanks.
Hey, leaping catfish. Is that a mask on your face? I can't see so good in the dark.
Yes, it's a mask.
Oh.
Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Scout.
I'm glad we left the horses back a little. Perhaps we can talk to Mrs. Ashwell before we see Gibbons.
You tell her not to be afraid.
Yes, you'll have to stay with her, Tonto.
Who's there?
We want to see you.
Well, what? Mask.
Mrs. Ashwell, don't be afraid of me. I want to speak to Mr. Gibbons.
He's gone to bed.
I know, but I must see him anyway.
But I
Please
don't-
don't be afraid of me. I think that man's a crook. I want to find out.
Well, what are you?
Never mind. Where's his room?
End of the hall, but you see here.
He want to talk to you.
Now, I can't stand for this sort of thing.
Stay with her, Tonto.
Plaster, if this ain't the most high-handed proceeding, I ain't never seen nothing like this.
All right, Gibbons, wake up.
Hey, see here. What's the idea with
On
it?
your feet.
Hey, who's in here? Strike a light. What'd you hold me out of bed for?
To ask you where Sneed went, what he's going to do.
I don't know what you... Hey, now look here.
Gibbons, I'm not here to waste time. I want to know what you're going to do to try and smash that railroad.
Who squealed? I mean...
You're
what-
going to tell me. Get on your feet.
Oh, let go of my arm. You hurt my
I'll do
arm.
more than hurt if you don't talk. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm little use for a man who tries to kill men with fever.
If Sneed squealed... I mean, I don't know nothing. You can't do this to me. I'll have the law on
Right
you.
now, I'm the law. You've admitted Sneed might have squealed. Where is Sneed?
Now, wait. Let's talk it over.
Where is Sneed? What's he doing? You're going to talk.
I'll talk. Don't hurt me. Quick. Red Rock. The midnight train.
The rest of it, talk fast.
My sakes, what's happened?
Come on, Tonto. We've got the ride as never before.
Come on, Tonto.
Oh, my sakes. He jumped from the porch to the saddle.
Get him up. He's down.
Like a streak of white flame, the great horse Silver raced across the open country toward the bridge at Red Rock. Tonto and Scout were quickly outdistanced, but the Indian kept riding hard.
Get him up, Scout. Maybe him need us at Red Rock. Get him up.
The Lone Ranger was far ahead. In spite of the rough ground where a misstep would have meant death for both horse and rider, Silver's hoofs beat out a savage tattoo. The white mane and tail of the great horse lashed straight out. The brim of the masked man's hat flattened back against the high crown as the wind pressed hard against it.
Come on, old boy. There's barely time. And that train's early. We won't make it. Stretch out, Silver. Come on, big fellow. Hi-yo, Silver. Away!
Then in the distance there was a sound that gave ominous warning that the train was running ahead of schedule.
There's the train, Silver. And right now the killer's cutting away the supports of that bridge. Faster, Silver. Faster. Faster, old boy.
It was a hopeless race, but the Lone Ranger would not admit defeat. With each breath, he urged Silver to greater speed. He saw the headline of the train. He knew there was no chance to stop it before it reached that bridge. He saw it thunder close, saw the bridge in bold relief in the train's lights, and then...
no hope for these two men, Tonto.
That's right.
Sneed, the killer, has escaped. There's only one small thing for which we can be thankful.
What? That?
This train held only supplies, no passengers.
Oh.
Fireman and the engineer. Too bad. We won't have much of a case against Gibbons either. No way to prove that he hired Sneed to wreck this train.
What we do for Webster, feller?
I don't know how anything can be done, Tonto. Supplies on this train can't be carried overland to Big Bend where they're needed.
That's right. What's that?
There's someone alive under the wreckage.
Oh, this way.
Help me.
Where are you?
Here. I got catched.
Wait. We'll get you out of there. Give me a hand, Tonto. We'll have to lift this stuff. Lift it up. Who are you?
Sneed.
Sneed? The man who's to blame for this.
I got what was coming to me. That dirty cuss Gibbons hired someone to shoot me so I couldn't collect.
We get you out. You Tonto. That's right.
Who is this?
Me come. Thundercloud. Good friend.
That's right. Me see bad man cut bridge. Me shoot.
You weren't sent to kill him?
No, me camp near. Tribe near.
Wait. We've got to get Sneed out of here. Lift the wreckage. He's fainted at me. There. I don't think he's badly hurt. The bullet just grazed his leg. He was lucky not to have been killed.
That's plenty bad.
Do what you can to fix his wound and injuries, Tonto. There's no earthly way to get all these supplies to Big Bend now. But perhaps we can... Wait.
What matter?
Sneed thought that he was fired at by someone sent by Gibbons. He might try to involve Gibbons by telling everything to get revenge.
That's right.
If he would do that, if it could be proved that Gibbons purposely delayed the work, might save that contract when the job isn't finished on schedule.
You good friend.
See, Thundercloud, you've done a great service to the white people.
You say not get load to Big Bend?
We can't do that.
Maybe Chief Thundercloud help.
On Monday, Jim Webster and his loyal crew had laid the tracks as far as Big Bend, but the supply train had not arrived yet. Tuesday morning, the men found themselves without any work to do.
Oh, this setting still will drive me loco.
Me too, Bart. We might be able to do some work with the rails on the other side of the river if we could get the bridge built. Everything we need for the bridge is on that blamed supply train.
Who's that coming?
Why, it's Molly. I mean Miss Molly.
Who's she, Jim?
The girl in Gibbons' office. She hinted that I should be on guard. That's why I asked the Indian to help, but I guess he fell down on us.
What's she coming here for?
Well, don't ask me.
Whoa, whoa there, Bud. Whoa.
Miss Molly.
Jim, have you heard the news?
What news?
The supply train fell through the bridge at Red Rock.
Wrecked?
Yes, and Gibbons hired Sneed to do it.
Molly, are you dead sure of that?
Of course I am. I just came from town. A masked man rode in with Sneed. He was wounded.
I'm going to town to get my hands on his greasy neck.
You can't. He's in jail.
Jail?
He thought Gibbons hired someone to shoot him, and he told everything to the sheriff. You see, he thought he was dying.
Oh. And was he?
No.
Too darn bad.
But he thought he was, so he told everything. He showed the money Gibbons paid him and the promise Gibbons wrote to pay him more.
What about Gibbons?
Well, he's in jail, too. The masked man rode away. He said that he was coming here, but he had someplace else to go first.
Someone coming there.
That's him. That's his white horse.
But the main thing is the job won't be done, can't be done. Not on schedule.
Masked by thunder.
Jim. Which is Jim Webster?
Right here.
Webster? Oh, the girl's here. She told you about Gibbons and Sneed.
But who are you?
A friend of Tonto's.
And a friend of ours. Where is Tonto?
He and some Indians who helped us are bringing your supplies so you can go on with your work.
What? Supplies? But how can they? The train's wrecked.
Yes, but a lot of those supplies were railroad ties, seasoned timbers for the bridge, things that float in water.
You mean to say that...
The Indians made rafts, loaded the iron and steel on them. The river that flows past Red Rock circles and comes back past here. The water's high and the Indians knew it. Look upstream.
There's the rafts. Our supplies.
Jim, there comes everything you need.
It's a miracle. A miracle, I tell you.
Now we're all set. And them snakes are in jail.
Boys, get going. Meet those rafts.
The Indians on board, then we'll be glad to help you.
We're going to finish the job. Boys, let's get working. Wait. He's gone.
Jim, the Lone Ranger doesn't wait for thanks.
The Lone Ranger?
Well, Miss Molly, he sure worked a miracle. That's all I can say.
It'll be a miracle if you'll forget to call me Miss Molly. My real friends call me Molly.
Molly.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. There's trouble in the town of Osage. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The early settlers in the western United States worked hard to wrest a living from the soil. And though in time nature repaid them, they were unable to neglect their ranches or their cattle for a minute. As a result, the office of sheriff was held in many cases by a man who lacked the proper qualifications for the job. This, in turn, made the work of the masked rider of the plains more difficult. But he continued his fight for justice in spite of every discouragement. And in time, he brought law and order to a lawless frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver, the
the Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Tunnel's waiting in the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were riding toward Osage when the first shot split the night.
Tonto, that sounded like a gun.
Not right.
There's another.
Maybe third shot come. That danger signal.
Steady, Silver. There it is. 3 space shots. Kimosami, that's the signal that help's needed badly.
It come from that way.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
There's a house of some sort over there. See it?
It's plenty dark, round house.
Just make it out. I'm sure that's where the shots were fired.
We'll find out plenty soon.
Now I see a dim light in one window.
Tonto see it.
It's a candle set on the table inside. Oh, there. Oh, Scout, steady. Move. Look around the outside of the house. I'll go in.
Tonto do that.
Wait there, Silver. Door wide open.
Oh.
Steady, stranger.
Help me.
I'll help you.
Come close, stranger.
Who fired those shots?
You heard 3 shots?
Yes.
It was me. Fired 2 of them.
Tell me who shot you.
The killer. He come in, and I knowed him.
Yes?
I fired and missed. He drilled me, then left.
The third shot?
I done that firing. 3rd shot. Danger signal. Help.
Save your strength. That's a bad wound. I'll have a dress for you right away. Then we've got to get you in that bunk and have...
No. It's too late for that.
Perhaps not.
Listen close. Listen to what I say. I know who the killer is. I'm the fourth one he's killed.
Name him.
He...
Steady now.
He is...
While the Lone Ranger tried desperately to save the old man's life, 2 other riders headed toward the house.
I tell you, Bart, if that mysterious killer has got old Cephas Conway, ain't nothing short of being the worst doggone puzzle we ever had around these parts.
I sometimes think we're blame fools to be deputy sheriffs, Jack.
Why?
We do all the thinking and the hard work. We fetch a killer, why, we don't get the blame for it.
I know it.
We do fetch one in, old Thunderhead just sits there in a rocking chair and takes all the credit.
Yep, just so. But we can't let the sheriff down.
Fire-eating old Gila monster. If he had the use of his legs, I'd punch his nose and quit.
We can't quit a man in his condition, though. He counts on it.
Yeah. There's Cephas' place now.
But I wonder how Sheriff Brelt suspected Cephas might be in danger.
I don't know. There ain't no way of telling how old Thunderhead knows things. I sometimes think he just gets plain good hunches.
Maybe that's so.
Other times, I think he has scouts reporting to him. Whatever it is, he sure as shooting keeps us in saddle leather.
Sure does, and I'll tell you one thing. If he sent us riding all the way to Cephas' house on nothing more than a hunch that the doggone killer that's been working around Osage would strike there, and if said hunch ain't right, here's one deputy that's going to shoot his mouth off aplenty.
Hey, ain't that a horse outside Cephas' house?
Can't tell much in the dark. Looks to be something on 4 legs.
A horse, right enough. Cephas ain't no horse of that color, has he?
Didn't have last week.
Here we are. Oh there.
Oh, boy. Oh.
There's someone inside.
There's Cephas on the floor.
Heist your hands there, mister.
Mask, too, the killer.
Out of my way.
All right, man.
Stop him.
Shoot, Jack.
Get him.
Well, Sheriff, as soon as he seen us there, he lowered his head and rushed us.
Yeah, and we was looking for him to slap leather.
He took us off guard, smacked into me hard, and slammed me back again the wall.
That's right, Sheriff. Then he shoved his hand in my face, and by the time we turned around,
He was jumping from the porch to the saddle and hightailing like greased lightning.
And you didn't shoot him? Gosh, we poured lead after him, but he was like lightning, and it was dark as the inside of a mine.
I don't know why I keep a couple of slow-thinking, no-account deputies like you on the job. You let the killer get clean away, and him with 4 deaths to hang for.
I'd sure like to see him hang for murdering poor old Cephas.
Then why didn't you shoot him? What's the idea of drawing guns on him and then letting him charge into you? If only I had the use of my legs. I'd show you how to bring outlaws to justice.
I'd sure like to see you. It's easier to sit there and talk.
I told you Cephas was in danger, and I told you he'd be the next one to get killed.
But how'd you know that?
He come here to town last week.
Oh, me and Jack didn't know that. Did we, Jack?
No, we didn't know he'd come to town.
Well, he did. He went to Judge Parker and told him he had a pretty fair notion who the killer was.
Yeah?
That was just after Doc Grant was killed.
And Conway was killed just 2 days after them 2 immigrants come to Osage.
Yeah. Well, as I say, the judge brought Cephas here, and he was going to bring me proof as to who the killer might be. I figure it's got to be someone right here in town. And I figure that whoever it was knowed that Cephas was going to name him and bring in some clues. That's why I sent you 2 there.
I savvy.
Cephas didn't come as he was supposed to.
No.
So I wondered what was wrong. You went there and seen the killer in the act, and you let him get away. Blast you for a couple of fools.
Now, hold on, Sheriff. We ain't the fools you call us. We got something in the way of information that maybe even you didn't know.
Yeah?
Tell him, Bart.
There ain't just one killer. There's 2.
2?
Just so. When that hombre rode off, he yelled to an Injun. We caught a glimpse of the redskin riding off from beyond the house.
That's downright interesting. A redskin, eh?
And what's more, we hunted around the house with a lantern and found footprints.
The redskins?
That's right, Sheriff. He wore moccasins. If we find him, we can prove he's the man by fitting his feet in them prints.
Good. And we'll find him. We'll have men scour the whole doggone county if need be. Bring in every Indian you see till you get the right one.
His name is Tonto.
Good to know that. It may help. Now go on, boys. Go on. How I wish I had the use of my legs. I'd show you how to run them killers down.
The masked man and Tonto, after leaving the scene of the murder, made camp not far away. The next day, the Lone Ranger disguised himself and went into town. He returned that evening and told Tonto what he had learned.
Everyone in town thinks we're the killers, Tonto.
That's right.
I had to make that break to escape last night. There was too much evidence to point to my guilt. I wouldn't have had a chance of proving that someone else killed that old man if I'd been captured.
No, feller in town, more sure.
Yes.
What you find out?
Cephas was the 4th mysterious death.
Oh.
There were 2 people who came from the east, a man and his wife. They were murdered and robbed.
Who do that?
I don't know. Then a doctor in town was killed, but not robbed.
Then what happened?
Cephas came to town and thought he could help find the killer. He had some sort of a clue.
Huh?
He went to the judge, a man named Parker. The judge and Cephas talked with the sheriff. And Cephas was to go to his home and return with the evidence he had. When he didn't come back, the sheriff worried and sent deputies to see him.
And them find him dead?
Yes.
What we do now?
There are the facts. There's a murder around town. Right now, everyone's looking for 2 men. One with a mask and the other an Indian. If we stay around here, they'll find us. 20 men are searching.
Maybe better we go away, huh?
If we go away, Tonto, we'll be considered the murderers. The real killer will never be punished.
You got plan?
Yes.
What plan?
Listen to me carefully, Tonto. I'll outline it for you. It calls for risk, but finding the real murderer is worth some risk.
The next morning, the sheriff sat in his rocking chair on the porch of his home and watched Jack and Bart ride toward the house, leading a white horse.
Hey, what have you boys got there?
Come on there, Blaster.
Where'd you get that white horse? Look at the critter fight them wolves.
Steady out there. Steady, bless your hide. Oh, get that rope around his neck, Jack.
Hey, is that an untrained bronc or what?
Steady there. Got the rope, Jack? It'll hold him. How do you like that, Sheriff? We captured the killer's horse.
And where's the killer?
I ain't seen him. We come on a camp, and there were signs of one man being around there and his horse. We hunted for the owner, but he couldn't be located.
But we fetched the horse in anyhow.
Well, that's something. The killer's without a horse. He can't travel far now.
Hey, Sheriff, there's someone coming. Look at him.
Paint horse.
Yeah.
That critter walking ahead is a redskin. Grab him. Grab all Injuns.
Stick your hands up.
This is my prisoner. Oh, there. Oh, boy.
Hey, you stranger, you on that paint horse.
Yes?
Come here.
That's what I intend to do. I want you to throw this Indian in jail.
By thunder, that's just what we will do.
Shut up, Jack. I'll handle it. Hey, what have you got against him, stranger?
Trying to take this horse away from me.
Yeah? Well, now, Injun, where's your horse?
There, horse. That's my...
Oh, so that big white one's your horse, eh?
See how the horse lets a redskin touch him? He wouldn't let us do that.
It's his horse, all right.
And they're moccasins.
Well, do you want a prisoner or not? Can a man ride into Osage without being attacked by an Indian?
Reckon he can, fella. You're from the east, eh?
Didn't I come from that direction?
Reckon you did. So the redskin tried to take your horse?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Boys, does them moccasins of his look like they'd fit the marks you found?
They sure do.
Wait. Injun, have you got a name? What are you called?
Me name Tonto.
Whoa, the blame fool admits it. I guess he didn't know who we was and what we seen, huh?
You said the part of that masked man was Tonto.
And so he was. Sheriff, this here is one of the two men we want.
Did you want this man?
We sure did, stranger. And don't you worry. He won't try and take no more horses.
Is there a reward for him?
Well,
If there is, I'm staying around town.
You get on about your business. You didn't arrest him as a killer. All you done was haul him in for trying to take your horse. You don't share in no reward.
But after all, I brought...
Well, you'd better clear it out, stranger. Lesson you got business here.
But listen here, Sheriff.
You heard me. Now get along.
Very well.
No sense letting strangers stay around here and cut in the reward money. Now lock that Injun up. I'll question him by and by and make him tell where his masked partner is hiding out.
Jailed by the sheriff, Tonto must depend on the Lone Ranger to save him from the hangman. And the only way the masked man can do this is by finding the real killer. In just a moment, the second act of the Lone Ranger drama will be presented. Now, to continue our story. The sheriff ordered his chair carried to the door of Tonto's cell. Then he and Judge Parker questioned the Indian.
Indian, there's a chance that the jury might be lenient with you. After all, the man the law is interested in capturing is a white man.
Tonto, not tell.
It's true, ain't it, that your pard is someone right here in town?
Maybe him in town.
We all understand that you were just a tool of the white man.
Now, hold on, Judge. That Injun can't savvy your highfalutin talk. Only way to get him to squeal is by rough handling.
That won't make him talk, Sheriff. No amount of torture would loosen his tongue.
Killer, no, Tonto, not guilty.
Not guilty?
Why, you loco coyote. Do you mean to say you're going to claim to be innocent?
Me give proof someday.
Proof, eh?
You have proof?
Tonto show proof someday.
That's a good one. I'd like to know what that proof is. There can't be none.
Sheriff Brelt, it's possible that he has proof.
Well, if he has, it's proof against his white pard. The Injun is as guilty as sin.
Sheriff, your handicap doesn't quench your spirit any.
Not by a darn sight.
You merit the name Old Thunderhead.
Never mind that.
Tell me this, Tonto. What possible connection is there between the 4 people who have been killed? The first couple were robbed, but old Dr. Grant had nothing to steal. Neither did Cephas Conway.
Proof come maybe by and by.
Who's bringing it?
You find out by and by.
Sheriff, the Indian talks as if he was confident this proof would come and set him free.
You're from the East. You don't savvy the tricks a redskin will try and put over, Judge.
But Cephas spoke of proof he had.
Sure, and he was killed so's the killer could get that same and shut his mouth. Having done so, the masked hombre ain't going to fetch it back here, is he?
I don't know. I'm not convinced that the masked man who left Cephas' house when your deputies rode up is the killer.
You ain't? Why, of all the stubborn, hard to convince...
Did the deputies see him shoot?
No, but they got there when he was standing over the dead body. Then he made a break to get away.
I know that.
And they found that Cephas' place had been ransacked and something took from it. He must have been the one that took it. There ain't no one else could have done it.
Well, I don't...
Sheriff, we went back to Cephas' place and looked around some more.
Well?
Them prints of the Redskins, all right. No question about that.
I could have told you that without you going there.
We figured something else out.
Yeah?
That proof that Cephas had weren't anything very bulky.
How'd you know that?
Well, judging from the places the killer looked for it. It was blamed small, or he wouldn't have bothered hunting under the carpet in such places.
The point is, did he find it?
I don't know about that. All I know is that we didn't find it.
Proof come by and by.
Huh?
What's that?
Oh, the redskin claims he ain't guilty. And neither is his pard that rid the other white horse.
Other white horse?
Well, the Injun had one. And you said the masked man hightailed on a white one?
Oh, that's so.
But we didn't see the Injun's horse.
We got it here, ain't we? Right in the stable in back.
Say, Redskin, when do you think that proof is due to get here?
It come maybe tonight.
How do you know?
Me know. Feller fetch proof. Him come through Tuttle Pass.
Tuttle Pass? That means he's coming from Red Rock way.
That right?
We ain't counting none on that. You boys just keep hunting for the masked man and the white horse.
As evening approached, the men in town began to argue against any further delay in hanging Tonto.
I say we ought to lynch the critter.
Ain't no doubt but what he's a plenty guilty.
Sheriff's making a mistake in listening to us talk about proof coming through the pass.
That's how I figured.
I say lynch him.
But not now. Not while the sheriff's still up and around.
Boys, this is lynch talk.
Oh, evening, Judge. You better not hang around here. You'll be hearing things you'd sooner not listen to.
Boys, don't do it.
Now, Judge, it ain't no affair of yours.
Wait. Perhaps the Indian is telling the truth.
Wait, nothing. The sheriff was too blame lenient with him. It's time we had some law and order around here.
Old Doc saved my hide one time, and now he's dead. I, for one, ain't letting that go without squaring things for him.
I say the same.
Come on, Judge. You and me will take a little walk. The boys has things to talk over.
But I don't...
Come on.
Put your gun away.
Well, then come along. Let's just have a walk.
All right.
Let me know what the plans are when I get back, boy.
We will.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
Now, boys, if the sheriff had the use of his legs and could get about, then I'd say go and get the redskin right now.
Yeah, the sooner the better.
But being as he ain't able to get about, it'd be taking unfair advantage was we to do it so early. We better wait till he's in bed for the night.
That's right. Now, look, Steve, you go call on him, savvy?
Yeah.
When he goes to bed and settles down quiet so he won't know what's taking place, you come back and tell us. We'll all be here waiting.
Good enough.
Then we'll move on to jail and get the redskin.
Sort of late, Sheriff.
Yep. Reckon it is, Steve. Time I got to bed.
Want me to help you?
Nope. I got things fixed in my house here so's I can sort of shove from one place to wherever I want to go.
Good enough. I'll mosey on then.
Good night, Steve. Thanks for dropping in.
Good night, Sheriff. There.
That's you, Steve.
It's me. Sheriff's going to bed right away.
Good. We won't have long to wait then.
Let's get down to the cafe.
Right.
The boys all there?
There and waiting. We can see when the sheriff puts his light out, then we'll allow an extra half an hour and then go get the redskin.
Yep.
The men watched and waited. They saw the light in the sheriff's house go out, and then they went to the cafe and told their companions.
Ain't long now.
Half an hour, and then we move.
Hey, fellas, boys.
The deputy.
What are you doing here? You was out in the range hunting that masked man.
Boys, we come back to town and we just found out that the White Horse is gone.
Injuns?
Yeah, taking the barn behind the jail. It's gone. Who took it? How do we know?
Jack, that loss don't mean nothing to us right now. We got other plans, savvy.
But you gotta listen.
Fact is, the redskin won't never have the chance to straddle that horse again anyhow.
But the saddle, the bridle, everything's gone. Bart's hunting up the judge to tell him.
Why the judge?
Well, you know how things are. The sheriff ain't able to get about. Most of us go to the judge with things when the sheriff's a bidder when he ain't at the office.
As I says, it don't matter none.
Sheriff told us never to wake him up with things.
Will you stop talking about it? We're aiming to string the redskin up.
But you can't do it.
We don't aim to be stopped, savvy that, Jack? Now, if you don't want to start trouble, you won't interfere when the odds are big against you.
Uh-huh. Aye, savvy.
Good.
Let's get started now.
Sure. There ain't no use waiting any longer.
When the group at the table rose, everyone in the cafe knew that the hour of hanging was at hand. They trooped from the place a body of nearly 50 men, some carrying ropes, others rifles to prevent interference with their plan. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger headed from the east and came toward Tuttle's Pass.
It's good to be with you again, Silver, old boy. If everything works out, we'll have Tonto with us in a few minutes.
A man crouched behind a rock at the pass. At the first sound of approaching hoofs, he raised his long rifle and took careful aim at the rider. With each second, the Lone Ranger drew closer to the rock. The crouching man was ready. His finger closed on the trigger, but suddenly a sharp command rang out behind him.
Drop the gun, Sheriff.
What are you? Come on, Silver!
You're covered. You've given yourself away.
I'll open my hand!
All right. All right, good friend, but now...
That'll hold you, Sheriff. Making believe you couldn't walk held you above suspicion for these murders.
You're the masked man, that horse.
Yes, I am the masked man. Tonto had to go to jail to let you know that I'd be coming through this pass. He had to make you think that the letter you burned in Cephas' place hadn't been entirely destroyed before I got there. You heard me coming and had to make your escape.
Stranger, in the name of heaven.
What's the matter, Judge?
Your friend, the Indian, they're hanging him.
Hanging Tonto? No!
Yes.
Hail, Silver! Away!
You wait! Wait! Proof comes soon! You not hang Tonto!
Toss the rope over that branch.
No use wasting time! Wait!
Get it around it.
Wait!
We'll be all over it in 5 minutes.
Boys, this is the same as murder.
Here!
Why don't you wait till we find out where the judge went to?
Shut up. You deputies ain't nothing to say here.
That's the voice we heard.
Boys, wait! That's the masked man.
Bring the engine up.
He's riding this way. Look at him come.
I'm not hanging! You're on the wrong man! Hold there! Oh, son of a boy! Hold there! I'll shoot the man that touches that rope! Listen to me! The judge has the sheriff at the pass! The sheriff went there alone! He could walk as well as anyone! He's been robbing people for some time! Stevens had a letter about the killings, and he went to the judge with it. The doctor was killed because he learned that the sheriff could walk. The first two died because they saw the sheriff when he robbed them. Stevens didn't know who was guilty when he came to town with his letter. All he knew was that the mysterious killer was an important man in town. The sheriff was afraid, so he killed Stevens. He had to run when he heard Tonto and me coming. He threw the letter in the fire and left the house. Stevens told me everything before he died. But the sheriff thought the letter gave his name and had not been burned. He waited there at the pass thinking the letter was being brought there. The judge is there now, holding him a prisoner.
That ornery cuss, that's how he knows so much.
I told the judge everything, and he helped set the trap. Go get the sheriff. He's your man.
Tonto, Scout's waiting outside of town. Come on, we'll both ride Silver to get him.
Me ready.
Hi-yo, Silver! Come on, Silver! We're heading to the hills. There's going to be trouble in the gold country. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The lure of gold brought many settlers to the early western United States. The government regulated the filing of claims to the best of its ability, but gunplay settled many boundary disputes, and it was in the gold country that the masked rider of the plains did some of his best work. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought for the rights of honest men, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. And now return with us to those thrilling days of yesteryear,
From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills. There's going to be trouble in the gold country. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Steve Gardner's mine was in the district surrounding Oak Falls. As our story opens, we see a hard-faced man working at the end of the long tunnel which has been dug into the side of the hill.
Colors. Gold ore. I hit the vein. Bull! Hey, Bull!
What do you want, Jake?
Come here and come a-running.
Hey, what's the excitement?
Bull, I found it. I found it. I knew blame well Steve's vein hadn't run out. All he'd done was come to a fault. If he'd kept on going, he'd have struck the vein again.
Jabba Jehoshaphat. Here, give me that pick. I'm going to have a look for myself.
There. Just pick up that piece you knocked off and have a look at it.
Golly, it's richer than it was before Steve lost it.
And bigger. Look at there. Well, that vein's twice as thick through as it was before.
We're rich. We're going to have a fortune.
Hold on a second.
Huh? What for?
Ain't you forgetting something?
Forgetting something?
You're forgetting this vein ain't on our claim. Where we're standing is Steve's property.
That's so. But that something can be fixed.
Yeah?
We could offer him a price for his claim. After all, as far as he knows, it ain't worth much.
Oh, don't be a doggone fool. You know just how far we'd get trying to do business with him again after that one claim we sold him.
The one we sold it, you mean? Jake, I never seen a fella so tarnation mad as he was after that deal. He was fit to be tied.
Especially because he couldn't prove nothing. But it looks like the couple of $100 we made on that claim is going to keep us from cleaning up on this other.
I don't know. Steve's pa's mighty sick and needs a heap of doctoring. Steve might jump at the chance to get a little cash on hand.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Well, come along. Won't hurt none to talk to him. If he's too blame stubborn to sell, well, there's ways to get around that.
You got something in mind, Bull?
I might have. Here's the hole that takes us into the main tunnel. Blast it, Jake, why'd you have to make it so small a fella can hardly squeeze through?
Well, it had to be small enough to cover up easy, didn't it? If anybody ever found out we tunneled from our claim into Steve's, it'd be the devil to pay.
Well, you go on through first.
Sure. I like a shoulder. All right, Bull, come on.
Blasted hole ain't big enough for a snake. There. Like I was saying, Jake, if Steve won't sell, I got another idea.
Yeah?
I figure something happened to Steve, his pa'd sell out and be glad of the chance.
Something happened to Steve? Now, look here, Bull. If you're planning to drill him, you can count me out. I don't aim to have the sheriff on my trail.
We couldn't be blamed if somebody else drilled him, could we?
Huh?
Yeah, here's the entrance. Doggone if I ain't always glad to get outside again where a fella don't have to worry about rock caving in on him. There's smoke showing from Steve's place. He must be home, all right. Come on.
Just what you mean about somebody else drilling Steve?
You ever hear of Big Stone Canyon?
Oh, don't recollect nothing.
If Steve won't sell, that place is just made to order for us.
Yeah, but what
I'll tell you about it later. We don't want Steve to hear nothing.
Come on in. Why, if I'd known it was you fellas knocked, I'd have told you to go to blazes.
Fixing yourself something to eat, huh? Maybe it's being hungry makes you so blamed unsociable.
Get out of here.
Is that Jason Bull, Stevie?
Yeah, Pa, but them skunks won't be in here long.
Now, Steve, 'tain't no use you talking like that when we come to do business. You ailing so you can't get out of bed, Mr. Gardner?
I'm always ailing, Dad Rabbit. If it ain't one thing, it's the other. Stevie, give me another swallow of my medicine, won't you?
Just a minute, Pa, till I've settled with these polecats. All right, state your business, then make tracks.
Steve, how would you like to sell out?
Sell out?
Sure. Me and Jake was just talking today about how bad you needed cash. We thought maybe if we bought your claim, it'd help you out some.
We wouldn't be needing cash if you hadn't cheated us on that other claim you sold us.
Shucks, Steve, we're as sorry about that as you are. That's why we'd like to make it up to you now.
Sure. That's why, Steve.
You're up to something crooked again. You fellas never done nobody a favor in your lives.
Your claim's petered out, ain't it?
Yeah, but
and a little cash is better than none, ain't it?
Not if it's your cash.
Ah, come on now, Steve. That ain't no way to talk.
Shut up and listen to me. I know you fellas sold that claim I bought off on you. Even if I can't get evidence, it'll stand up in court. If I hadn't found the one I got now, we'd have been dead broke, and Pa might have died. And I don't care if this claim's finished, too. I'll never do business with low-down, ornery, cheating skunks like you fellas again. And that goes as it lays, so get.
Come on, Jake. Ain't no use talking sense to an hombre that don't know sense when he sees it.
If you fellas come in here again, I'll take my shooting iron to you.
We gave you your chance, Steve, and you threw it down. We won't be back. Blasted fool.
Told you he wouldn't listen, didn't I?
And I told you if he didn't, there was another way to deal with him. And there is. Come on. I'll tell you about Big Stone Canyon and what I had in mind.
It was almost 2 weeks later that Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, heard someone call to him as he rode down a winding mountain trail.
Injun! Hey, Injun!
Oh, Scout. Oh.
Come over here, Redskin. Come here. I want to talk to you.
Me come. Get him up, Scout.
Gosh almighty, Injun. I'm sure glad to see you.
Oh, Scout. Oh. You want me?
Injun, would you like to make yourself some cash?
What me do?
You know where Oak Falls is?
That's where a fella mine gold.
That's right. That's where I was heading when my horse went lame just now. Blast the luck. I had something real important to do there. Now I won't be able to make it.
Where horse?
That's my horse over there, tethered to that sapling. Now look here, Redskin. You do like I want, and there's more than $100 in it for you.
Not plenty.
You just bet it is. Are you on?
You tell Tonto what do.
Well, it's like this, Injun. I've been prospecting around these hills, and I run across a place where there's more gold laying around loose than you can shake a stick at. I wanted to get to Oak Falls to tell a fella I know about it. Now that my horse is lame, I can't ride no farther.
Me tell fella you find gold.
No, Injun, you can't do that.
What matter?
Well, you see, Injun, the fella I want you to tell don't like me. He thinks I done him a dirty deal once, so he won't believe nothing I say. I was wondering how I'd let him know without my name being connected with it. Then when I seen you, it came to me how it could be done.
What feller's name?
He's a young hombre by the name of Steve Gardner. You can't mistake him. He's got a pa that's ailing all the time. Yeah, here. I'll give you this poke of mine. There's over $100 worth of gold in there.
Where you get gold?
You just tell Steve you found this gold in Big Stone Canyon, and...
What you say?
Say, you know that place?
No, me not know.
Oh, I didn't figure you looked like an Injun to come from around them parts. Well, will you do it?
How to do it?
Tell Steve Big Stone Canyon is right where the Bitterroot swings south on the other side of the hills. He can tell it by all the big stones laying loose outside the entrance. And you can keep them nuggets for your trouble. Now, you got everything straight?
Me not forget.
Good. That's just fine. Now, get along with you. Remember, you do it just like I said.
Me go now.
Adios.
Get him up, Scout.
You say you know there isn't gold in Big Stone Canyon, Tonto?
No, they're not Golden Canyon.
But you didn't let them suspect you'd been there before, did you?
Me fool 'em plenty.
Good. I wonder what that fellow's game is. You said Big Stone Canyon is the burial place of a famous Indian chief. That means it's sacred to his tribe. Any white man found prospecting there would be killed.
Not right.
Tonto, we're going to look into this.
What we do?
Steady, Silver. We're riding to Oak Falls.
Oh.
You're going to do exactly what that man told you. Unless he thinks that Steve Gardner is tricked, he'll not show his hand. Show Steve the gold. Tell him you found it in the canyon. Then leave the rest to me.
Tonto do that.
Come on, Tonto.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Go right ahead, Redskin. Fill up your plate again. You're welcome to anything we got here.
Me not want more.
Shucks, you haven't had enough to keep a bird alive. Hey, Paul, feeling good enough to have some of this bacon?
Now, you just let me sleep some, Stevie. Maybe later on in the day I'll be able to swallow some victuals.
Him sick?
Paul ain't been well for the past 5 years, Redskin. Gosh, I'd give my right arm to have the cash to send him east where he could be took care of right. But it ain't likely I'll ever have that much all at one time.
Maybe me help him.
Huh? What could you do?
Injun know many medicine, paleface not know.
Well, it's mighty kind of you, Redskin, but I reckon you couldn't do any more for him than a sawbones in town has done. Hey, where you going?
Me leave now.
What are you doing with that leather poke?
Me pay for grub.
Now, hold on, Redskin. We don't want no pay for what you ate. Why, Jerusalem, Redskin. Where'd you get that gold?
Me find long way off.
Gold? If I knew where to lay my hands on some nuggets like Tim, I could take care of Pa the way he should be. I could... Gosh, Redskin, you wouldn't tell me just where it was you found that, would you?
Me tell you.
You will?
Me find in Big Stone Canyon.
Huh? Where's that?
It's where Bitterroot River goes south. There's big stone outside. That's how Canyon get name.
And there's more of that gold where you found that?
Plenty more.
Whoa! Say, you haven't told nobody else about this canyon, have you?
Can't only tell you.
Pa, did you hear that? Redskin told me where I could get more gold like he's got. Hey, Redskin, come here. You said maybe you could help Pa. I don't suppose you can, but would you be willing to stay with him while I'm gone? If you ain't, I'll have to let that gold go. I can't leave Pa all by himself.
No, Stevie.
Me stay.
Redskin, you're a gift from heaven. You're the best fellow I ever seen. I'm getting packed and I'm leaving for Big Stone Canyon today. Come on, boy. Don't be traipsing along so slow. Get up there. Shucks, you're the laziest horse I ever did see. But I'm telling you, fella, if you carry me to where there's real pay dirt, I'll see to it you don't ever have to work again. I'll turn you loose where the pasturing's long and tasty and green. I'll feed you so many oats you'll get so fat you won't be knowing yourself.
Come on, Silver!
Who's that?
Hurry on, Paul!
A masked man, an outlaw. Get up there, get up there.
Hold on there!
Get away from me. Get up there.
You can't get away. Stop your horse.
Let go of that bridle or I'll plug you.
No, you won't.
You snatched my gun.
Go, Silver. Over.
Blast you, what's the idea? You can't get
You're
away.
going with me, Steve.
But wait a
Don't
minute.
argue. You're going to my camp.
I haven't no cash. I ain't got nothing an outlaw'd want.
That's what we're going to find out.
I got it. You're a friend of Bulls and Jakes. They sent you gunning for me. Just like them polecats to hire somebody to shoot me down.
Just the contrary. I'm saving your life. Hail,
Wait, I tell you, wait.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As Steve Gardner was making his way toward Big Stone Canyon in the belief that he could find gold there, he was captured by the Lone Ranger. Several weeks later, we see the two miners known as Bull and Jake as they approach the Gardner cabin.
Don't figure we're calling on old Andy too soon, do you, Bull?
Steve's been gone 3 weeks, ain't he?
Yeah, but I
But
don't...
nothing. I savvy them Injuns by Big Stone Canyon. If they didn't scalp Steve for going in there, I'll eat my shirt.
They most likely did, but you can't be sure.
Look here, Jake. If Steve was alive, he'd have been back here by this time after finding out he got fooled.
Yeah, maybe.
And if he ain't been killed, it don't make no difference. Just so he ain't around.
Huh? Why don't it?
Because I've been looking things up. And I found where he's got both his claims registered in his pa's name.
Is that a fact?
Uh-huh. We're going to get Andy to sell out to us, or I'll know the reason why.
He ain't like Steve. I ain't worried about him not selling it.
Come on in, Tonto. I told you you didn't have to knock. It ain't Tonto.
Nope, Andy. It's me and Jake.
You wouldn't have walked in here like that if Steve was to help.
This ain't no time for hard words, Andy. We got some bad news for you.
Bad news.
About Steve, your boy.
There ain't nothing happened to him, has there?
Well, it's... No, shucks, you tell him, Jake.
Wait till I sit down.
Sure.
I thought I was getting stronger since Tonto's been here, but I reckon I'm a mite weaker than I figured.
Andy, this redskin you call Tonto's been the means of killing Steve.
No. Steve dead? No. It can't be so.
I'm powerful sorry to have to tell you about it, but it's so. Me and Bull just heard about it today, so we came right over.
Go on.
You see, Andy, it seems like this canyon where Steve went is a bad place for white folks. The Indians up there won't stand for a white man going in the canyon, because it's a place where a chief of theirs was buried.
And when Steve went inside looking for gold, them redskins found his trail and killed him.
Steve dead. I just don't seem able to get it through my head. It don't seem no ways possible.
As a trapper told us, he wouldn't have no reason for lying about it.
I reckon not.
I don't suppose you're any too well fixed for cash, are you, Andy?
If it hadn't been for Tonto, I wouldn't have had nothing to eat. And to think it was Tonto got my boy killed.
What we was thinking was that maybe now, needing cash like you do, you'd consider selling the claim.
Selling?
Oh, why not? You ain't got the strength to work it.
No.
And what if Steve was again selling it to us? He sure wouldn't ask you to starve on account of the way he felt.
I don't know. It don't seem hardly right. But there ain't nobody else that'll buy, and I gonna have cash for grub.
Then you'll sell, sure enough?
Give me time to sort of think it over, won't you?
Sure, if that's what you want, Andy. We ain't gonna rush things. Only...
Yeah?
Well, even if you do like this redskin that's been staying with you, I wouldn't think you'd exactly hanker to be living off him no longer. After what happened.
Just let me think it over, that's all. I'll give you your answer tomorrow.
Good enough. Let's get home, Jake. I reckon Andy'd like to be alone for a spell.
Uh-huh. We'll be back again tomorrow at just the same time.
I'll be here.
Good day to you.
Steve gone. The boy I raised all these years. There wa'n't no finer boy anywhere.
Andy.
A masked man.
Listen to me, Andy. Steve isn't dead.
But they just told me.
I know what they told you, but I'm telling you the truth.
But...
Here, read this. It's a note from Steve. I think it'll explain everything.
Why, he says he's been with you all this time.
He has.
But why didn't he let me know? Why?
It was hard on you, Andy, but it had to be done this way. If you'd known the truth, Bull and Jake might have guessed it. This way, they're convinced you believe Steve is dead.
But, stranger, I still don't
Does
see...
that note convince you that I'm your friend?
Steve says to trust you, mister, and I reckon what Steve says is good enough for me.
Good. I've learned a number of things lately. Enough to find a way to punish Bull and Jake.
What's that?
They plotted Steve's death, Andy. But if you do exactly what I tell you, they'll be brought to justice.
They schemed to kill Steve?
They did.
Why, the low-down, rotten skunks. Stranger, tell me what your scheme is.
Like we promised we'd be.
I don't reckon you feel much like talking business the way things are, but, well, after all, you got to think of how you're going to live.
That's all right, fellas. Sit down.
Well, now, you're taking it real sensible. Sure, we'll sit down.
Have you made up your mind yet?
I suppose rightly I ought to sell.
Why, sure you should.
And like I told you before, there ain't been nobody but you fellas ever gave an offer for the claim.
Shucks, why should they? The vein run out, didn't it?
That's what I can't figure. If the claim's no good, what do you fellas want with it?
Now, look here, Andy. Don't get the notion we're going to offer a whole pile of cash for the mine.
What do you give me?
Oh, $100? We don't aim to be stingy about this.
It ain't enough.
Huh? Why, you're loco.
Shucks, don't argue with them, Jake. We'll give $200.
Nope. If you want that mine, you'll give $1,000.
I say, that's twice as much as you paid us for that other claim.
Uh-huh.
Well, we won't consider...
Shut up, Jake. Andy, it's a bargain. We'll pay you 1,000. Though why we're so doggone soft-hearted, I'll be blamed if I know.
You got the cash with you?
How much are you carrying, Jake?
I got it if you don't mind taking folding money.
Folding money will do me. Just a second. I got the papers here all ready for signing.
Good enough. How about witnesses?
Wait, I think I seen a couple of fellas just pass by. They'll do all right. Hey, you fellas.
All of us?
Step in here a minute, won't you?
Sure.
They coming?
They're right here. Howdy, fellas. Step in. Don't mind witnessing some papers, do you?
Shucks, glad to oblige.
Here's the papers, fellas, and here's pen and ink on the table. Look the papers over, then sign up and pay me the cash.
I'll look at them papers.
Them the right ones, Bull?
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, these are the ones, all right.
Where's that pen, huh?
Whoa, what the?
An outlaw. Wearing a man.
Stand still, all of you.
Are you-
coming?
Careful, Jake. He looks like he'll plug you.
I will if you slap leather.
What do you want with us? If this is a holdup, you'll pay for it, mister.
We ain't got no cash on a stranger. Honest, we ain't.
I'll see about that. Line up there.
You can't.
And keep still.
Take your hands off of me. I ain't got no cash, I told you.
Don't move. I'll search the rest of you. You there. You.
Yeah.
Nothing worth taking.
We told you we didn't have any.
I just wasted my time on you. I'm going. But if a man follows me outside of this door within the next 10 minutes, he'll get drilled.
Ooh. Gosh, he never even touched the pocket that had my cash in it.
Well, maybe he didn't. We're going to sign these papers pronto and give the cash to Andy. Then if that crook comes back again, it'll be Andy that's robbed instead of us. Here, hand me that pen.
The deed was transferred and the money paid. Then, the next day, Bull and Jake, congratulating themselves on their cleverness, went to work with pick and shovel in the mine.
I'm going to rest a minute, Jake. Ooh, that's hot work.
Boy, it sure is.
The more I think this deal over, Jake, the funnier it strikes me.
It was a slick one, all right.
But the best part of it is that even when we get through to where the vein starts again, old Andy won't be able to say nothing. It ain't our fault we run into high-grade ore, and it's happened lots of times before that mines that were supposed to be worthless started paying again.
Yeah.
The old galoot kind of surprised me, though. I never reckoned he'd be stubborn enough to hold out for what he did.
Shucks, I thought he'd jump at the chance to get 100 for his claim.
Well, it don't matter none. We'd paid 10 times as much, we'd still be getting a bargain. Well, this ain't getting us nowhere, standing here talking. Yeah. How much further do you figure we have to dig, Jake?
Maybe 5-6 feet.
Well, then, let's get at it.
We're through.
We strike the vein?
Yeah, look, there's colors.
By golly, you're right. Jake, we bought a fortune for $1,000.
Yeah, look at that.
Stop working now.
What the same masked man?
Come on, men.
Well, Bull, thanks for doing that work for me. You too, Jake.
Steve.
We thought you was dead.
Well, I ain't, and I've come back to claim my mine.
You can't do it.
We don't care what happened. This mine was bought and paid for by us.
Even if you ain't dead, Steve, your pa had the right to sell it.
Andy sold you men of mine, but not this one.
Huh? What's that?
If you look at your deed again, you'll find you bought the mine, you sold it, and sold to Steve some time ago.
That ain't so. Bull, you looked at them papers, didn't you?
He's trying to bluff us. Of course I looked at them, and they was for this mine right here.
Well, they were when you looked at them.
What do you mean?
But you didn't sign the same papers you looked at.
Look, the masked feller's giving you the right of it, fellers.
But we signed the papers was on the table.
Do you remember when I came in the cabin yesterday?
And held us up?
You were so busy watching me that you didn't pay any attention to Andy. He'd had a second group of papers prepared, and he substituted those when you weren't looking.
Boy, the dirty...
It was your own fault. You couldn't wait until the papers were signed and the money given to Andy. You wanted him to be the loser in case of another holdup.
Well, you tricked us.
I'll show
Watch out, Andy.
Oh, let go of my arm. Hey, you're breaking it.
Drop that gun.
There it is.
I'll take care of the crooks now, stranger.
Sheriff.
They're your prisoner, Sheriff.
I'll see if they get a plenty. If we can't hold 'em on nothing else, assault with intent to kill, keep 'em in jail a mighty long time. All right, boys, bring 'em along to jail. Come on.
Gosh, Steve, I was sure glad to hear it when the masked man told me you were still alive.
Paul, when I first met up with the masked feller, I figured him to be a friend of these skunks. But it didn't take me long to figure different after I talked to him.
But how did he find out there was gold here?
He didn't know it till after these crooks started to work. He said we'd let them think they'd bought the mine, then they'd show why they wanted it.
Well, I'll be doggone. They showed us where the gold was, and on top of that, paid us back twice as much as we'd paid them for that no-good claim they sold us.
Paul, now you can go east and get all the fancy doctrine you need.
Look here, Stevie. I don't need no doctrine. The masked feller made us rich, and the Injun made me well. Them two fellers beat anything I ever seen.
Hail, Silver! Hooray! Come on, Silver! We're heading for Prairie Grove. Son is waiting for us. Hail, Silver! Hooray!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Hail, Silver! Hooray!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, many criminals traveled to the new territory in the hope of finding easy wealth. They soon realized, however, that wealth could only be purchased by hard work, so they turned to robbery and cattle rustling. It was these men that the masked rider of the plains fought so tirelessly. It was only through his efforts that law and order was finally established on the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Prairie Grove. Town is waiting on the trail ahead. Hello, Silver! Away!
Our story opens in the town of Prairie Grove, a typical frontier settlement in southwestern Texas. It is late afternoon, and Clem Barton, a rancher, hurriedly enters the small post office on the main street.
Fred. Hey, Fred. I'm in a doggone big hurry. You got any mail for me?
Might have.
Well, then give it to me quick. I'm looking for something special.
Now, just hold your horses. I'll have a look. Offhand, can't exactly recollect whether there was something for you or not.
Don't be so all-fired slow about it.
Just a second. Yep, here's something. This is yours, I reckon. What are you being so blame hasty about?
I got to meet Banker Shaw at 5 o'clock, that's why, and it's just about 5 now. Oh, here, give me that.
You're meeting Banker Shaw?
I am, but this is what I'm looking for. Yippee, this is it, all right.
If you're planning to see the banker, you better get a hustle on. He's getting ready to take that stage.
What's that?
Look for yourself if you don't believe me. There's a stage just across the street.
Well, of all the...
Looks to me like he kind of forgot about you.
Well, I'll catch him. Hi there. Banker Shaw. Hey.
You calling me, Clem?
Gosh, Mr. Shaw. What are you doing with your bag all packed and everything? You ain't forgot our business, have you?
Eh? Business? What business?
You know, the ranch, the mortgage.
Mortgage? By thunder, Clem, it clean slipped my mind.
Gosh, I was hoping we'd get things cleared up today. Look, Mr. Shaw, step back away so as folks won't hear us, won't you? The stage won't be leaving for a couple minutes yet.
Well, come along. Now, what is it that's so doggone secret?
Well, it's like this, Mr. Shaw. I just now got the cash I sent for to pay off the mortgage. And I'd sure hate like blazes to take the risk of keeping it on me.
Well, that's a shame, Clem. I'm sure sorry I forgot about our appointment. If I wasn't going to Gold City, you could give me the cash now, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it.
But can't you put off your trip till tomorrow, Mr. Shaw?
Sorry, Clem. My business there's a sight too important for that.
Well, then how about leaving the cash in your bank for the night?
Now, Clem, you know better than that. The bank's closed up tight this late in the day. Of course, you could have them take care of it over to the cafe.
After all the holdups has been, not by a blame sight.
Then I reckon you'll just have to take it home with you again.
But when you coming back?
When? Oh, I'll be back tomorrow evening. I'm just staying overnight.
Could I see you tomorrow night, then?
Yes, I suppose you could.
Of course, the mortgage ain't due for another week yet. But I won't feel real easy keeping $5,000 out to the ranch.
And I don't blame you, Clem. Well, let's say you meet me tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, then. That good enough?
Oh, that'd do just fine.
Get aboard, folks. We're set to travel.
Well, the stage is ready to leave, Clem. Sorry I couldn't do no better for you.
Oh, we'll make out, I reckon. So long, Mr. Shaw.
Tomorrow at 10, then. Good day to you.
I'm right in, Mr. Shaw. We're near to 5 minutes late getting started already.
I'm ready, driver.
Get up there. Get along with you.
You ain't forgot the time, have you, Clem?
Huh, Sophie? Well, what time is it?
Most 9 o'clock. You said you had to be to meet Mr. Shaw in town at 10.
Oh, gosh, I was near forgetting. Get the cash out of the cupboard for me, won't you, Sophie? I'll have to make tracks.
I'll get it.
My hat. Where in blazes is my hat?
Your hat's on the chair where you put it. I declare, when you get fussed, you never know what you're doing.
Well, I reckon I'm just feeling good knowing the mortgage is going to be paid up, honey. Well, it was mighty nice of your brother Ned to give us a lend of it.
And you'd better be careful with it. From what he says, things being the way they are back east, he won't be able to send you no more.
You bet I'll be careful.
Here it is, Clem. Now, you put it in a good, safe place.
Yeah. There. It won't fall out of that inside pocket, I reckon. Now, where'd you say my hat was? Oh, here it is.
Oh, you hurry to town.
The horse is all saddled outside. It's a nice moonlit night to ride.
Well, you take care of yourself.
Who in the blazes is that?
Whoever it is, don't you stop to talk to him. You just keep going.
An Injun.
Oh.
What you want, Redskin? Don't stand there, Clem. I'll deal with the Injun.
I'm a-going, honey.
All right, Injun. What you say you wanted?
Me want food. Me pay you.
Food? Well, land's sake, we ain't got a whole lot on hand, but you're welcome to share. It's just for yourself?
No. Me got friend.
Oh, there's two of you. Another redskin, huh?
Him white friend.
White friend? Then why don't he come up and ask for the grub instead of sending an Injun after it? Is that him standing below in the shadows? Well, I reckon it don't matter, though. You just wait till I have a look in the kitchen, and I'll see if...
There, shot.
Oh, that's the way Clem rode.
Tonto, to your horse. Something's happened.
Me come.
Stranger, don't let nothing happen to Clem. Help him.
Hurry, Tonto. Hit me ready. Come on,
Get him on
Silver.
the scalp.
Come on, Silver boy. That's it, fellow. Shot came from the trail, Tonto.
Not right.
Sounded like a rifle. Hurry, Silver, old fellow. Come on there, Silver boy. That's it, old fellow.
You, look.
There's a horse. And there's a man lying on the trail. Oh, Silver. Oh, Silver. Tonto, some man left the ranch house when you knocked on the door.
Him same fella.
He's not dead.
Bullet cut cross head.
Yes. Didn't wound him seriously, but it was enough to knock him out.
Him come too.
He'll be conscious in a moment. Look, Tonto. The shot must have come from behind that cut bank. It's a perfect spot to hide if he wanted to dry gulch a man on this trail. The man who fired the shot could follow down the gulch and make his escape unseen.
Oh, the cash.
He'll be all right, friend. The bullet only scraped your scalp.
Wait, I gotta look. The cash.
You were carrying money?
It's gone.
It was stolen? How much did you have?
$5,000 in folding money. $5,000 and all of it borrowed. You're masked. You're the fellow that shot me.
Easy, Clem. Your wife can prove we were at the ranch house when the shot was fired.
But
we
I...
didn't know you were carrying money on you. Here. Feel well enough to ride back to the house?
Just let me rest a minute, stranger.
Can you answer some questions?
Huh? What questions?
How many people knew you had that money?
Nobody. That cash come from the east, and I never told nobody about getting it.
No one at all?
Well, I did tell Banker Shaw, but he don't count. What I mean is, it was him I was taking the cash to. So he'd have just as much reason as me for keeping it secret.
I see.
Oh, doggone this head. You see, Banker Shaw holds a mortgage on my place, and I was going to pay it off tonight.
A mortgage for $5,000?
Uh-huh.
But from what I've seen of your place, it isn't worth that much.
Well, as a matter of fact, stranger, it ain't. But when I asked for that $5,000, I needed it bad. And if the banker was willing to lend it, I wasn't going to put up no objections.
And Shaw would be more anxious to have you pay the mortgage than to take over your ranch.
Shucks, I ain't suspecting him, stranger. You just asked me who knew about the cash, and I told you.
Of course, he might have been careless and said something that was overheard.
Banker Shaw don't ever say anything careless-like. And besides, he couldn't have told nobody. We fixed up our meeting tonight just when he got on the stage yesterday. He's been out of town ever since. The stage is only due in now.
We're going to try and get your money back for you, Clem.
Say, do you mean that?
We do.
Gosh, you're sure a strange sort of fella to be wearing a mask and riding with a redskin.
We're not crooks, Clem. You think you can make it back to the house now? Your wife will be worried.
Well, I reckon I can. Give me your hand, will you?
Here.
Oh, my head's like to split.
Here, horse.
Oh, thanks, Injun.
I'll help you, Clem. Yep. There.
Golly, I sure don't know what I'm going to say to Sophie when I get home. I'll sure get a tongue lashing with the cash gone and no way to borrow more.
Steady, Silver. How soon does the mortgage have to be paid, Clem?
Well, there's just 6 days left.
A lot can happen in 6 days. You ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
Say, which way you heading? Ain't you going back to the house with me?
Not now, Clem, but we'll see you later.
Well, if they ain't the blamedest fellas I ever seen.
That night, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto made camp. But the next morning, they returned to the dry gulch to search for some trace of the man who had robbed Clem Barton.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, steady, boy. Oh, Scout. Too dark to follow the trail last night, Kemosabe. The moonlight didn't help any in this gully, but we may find something today.
There, empty shell.
Yes. Look, here's where the man kneeled to shoot. You can see the mark of his knee in the soft earth.
That right.
And there are hoof prints.
Horse got broken shoe.
A broken shoe on the left forefoot. There was a small horse. You can see how light the prints are.
That right.
Here's where he left the gulch. I'm afraid we can't trail him, Tonto.
No. Him ride on hard ground. Him not leave trail.
Yeah, evidently knew what he was about.
Now what we do?
There's some things I don't understand, Tonto. The outlaw must have known Clem had that money.
That's right.
But Clem says the banker was the only one to know. If he'd loaned more than the ranch was worth, he stood to lose if the money wasn't delivered. Here, Silver.
Here, Scout.
We're going to town, Kemosabe.
You got plans?
Not yet. But the things I want to find out. Come on, Silver.
Get 'em up, Scout.
Two hours later, the Lone Ranger, disguised but without his mask, sat at a table in the cafe with Tonto. They watched a hard-faced man called Pete as he talked with the banker.
Tonto, the hoof prints left by Pete's horse are exactly the same as those we saw in the ghost. I wonder what business he could have with the banker.
It looked plenty strange.
Too bad we can't hear them. At least we can stay and see what happens.
Well, Mr. Shaw, I better be on my way.
Leaving already?
Yeah, I gotta. But I'll be seeing you again.
Uh-huh. Maybe there'll be some more business we can do together.
I sure hope so.
What happened to your head, Clem?
Get in the shooting scrape?
Hey, hold on and tell us about it.
Not now, boys. I gotta talk to Mr. Shaw. Howdy, Mr. Shaw. Can I sit down?
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Now maybe you'll let me know what you got to say for yourself. You kept me waiting last night till after midnight.
Mr. Shaw, I was shot at. That's how I come to be wearing this bandage.
Shot at?
And the cash stole from me.
Well, who done it?
Well, that's something I don't know. The only fellas I seen was a masked man and an Injun that rode up when they heard the shot. The bullet knocked me out cold.
A masked man and a redskin? Why, they're the crooks who stole your cash.
You're mistaken, Mr. Shaw. Sophie says they was at the house when the shot was fired.
Then they had a partner with them. Don't you see it? Their partner could have shot you, then rode off. Them other fellas talked to Sophie so they'd have an alibi. Then they rode up and stole the cash off you while you were still out. And it worked because you was idiot enough to think the same fellow that shot you must have got the cash.
Say, do you really think that?
I'll bet every penny in my bank it's so.
Mr. Shaw, it wouldn't surprise me none if you was right. Hey, look over there. That's the same Injun. And that fellow with him. He's about the same build.
We'll find out about this. Man, grab that redskin and his friend. Get a hold of them.
There they go.
Out of the way. After them.
And through the door. They're heading for their horses.
Grab your gun.
Make them stop.
There they are. Drill them.
Oh, they're moving too fast.
Ben, this is a job for the sheriff. Tell him Clem just had $5,000 stole. And those are the fellas that stole it.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, suspected of the theft of Clem's money, made their escape from town. Their great horses carried them safely beyond pursuit, but that night they returned under cover of darkness.
That's Pete's place up ahead, isn't it, Tonto?
And there, light in cabin.
That means he's still at home. Tonto, we've got to make him talk.
That's right.
A man who would fire from cover must be a coward. I think we can persuade him to confess whether he planned that robbery alone or whether someone else gave him his instructions. Someone must have told Pete about the money.
Maybe banker tell him.
Shaw loaned more money than the ranch was worth. But Clem forgot that the banker could have hired someone to steal the money, and that way get the ranch, too.
That's right.
Tonto, just saw Pete through the window. Oh, Silver. Come on. He may not be alone. We'll have to take a chance.
That's right.
Come.
What's up?
We're going to have a talk, Pete.
A masked man, you...
Don't slap, Mother.
Get out of here.
Alone, huh? Take his gun, Tonto.
Leave my shooting iron alone. What's the idea?
He got gun. Good. Throw it aside.
It's a hold-up.
No, Pete. But you're going to tell us about your holdup.
Huh?
You shot Clem. You stole the cash he was bringing to town.
You're loco.
You can't lie out of it, Pete. You shot him from the dry gulch next to the trail. We found the prints of your horse.
My horse?
We didn't know it was yours until we saw you right up at the cafe today. But when you did, it gave your game away.
That ain't so.
Who was your partner, Pete?
Partner?
Someone told you Clem had that money. I have a good idea who that person was, but I want the information from you.
Now, look here.
Are you going to talk?
Let me go.
Talk, I said. Talk or take the beating of your life.
Quit shaking me.
I've got no mercy for a crook like you. Talk!
Ow!
That's only a start. Get up.
Wait,
Stand by the door, Tonto. If he makes a break for it, stop him.
Him not get away.
Don't hit me.
You're bringing this on yourself, Pete. You can save yourself by telling me what I want to know.
I don't know nothing.
Very well.
Stand back.
Ask for it.
Don't. I'll talk. Let me loose. I'll talk. Honest, I will. Just don't beat me up.
Quick.
It was this way. I was down by the cafe the other day. And then this fella...
We found out the name of the man who gave Pete his information, Tonto, but there's still more to do. Steady, Silver. What's that? We've got to trick him into returning the money. It won't help Clem to get the guilty man if the money isn't found.
You got plans?
I have. We're going to call on the banker.
I'll see you,
Who's there? Open this door.
Just a second.
Come on, Tonto. Inside. And close the door, Shaw.
The masked man Clem told me about.
Right.
And the same engine.
You didn't think we'd be back in town, did you?
The sheriff's looking for you fellas. I'll tell
You're
him.
not leaving the house. And if you try to reach that rifle hanging above the fireplace, you'll never make it. I can draw before you've taken another step.
You can't get away with
We'll
this.
see about that. So I know who's responsible for the theft of Clem's money.
You ought to know. You took it.
That accusation won't stand, Shaw. Tonto and I can prove we're innocent.
You can't.
What's more, you're going to help us prove it.
What sense?
I meant exactly what I said. You a friend of Clem's?
I am.
And you want his money returned to him?
Of course I do.
Then listen to me and stop looking toward your gun. You'll listen whether you like it or not.
The following day, Shaw, the banker, entered the cafe, looked around a moment, then made his way toward a man standing at the end of the bar.
Hello, Mr. Shaw. Howdy, fellas. Hello there, Jake. Afternoon, Fred.
Howdy, Mr. Shaw. Looking for something to settle the dust in your throat?
Don't mind if I do. Have one with me, Fred?
Glad to. Say, what are you so pleased about? Ain't seen you with such a grin in your face since you shot the fellas that tried to hold up your bank.
Just had a stroke of luck, that's all.
Yeah?
Come on. Let's sit over that table there and I'll tell you about it. Hey, barkeep. Two of the usual. Bring them to our table.
Sure thing, Mr. Shaw.
Sit down, Fred.
There. Now, what in blazes is it all about?
I suppose you know I'm holding the mortgage on Clem's ranch.
That ain't nothing for you to be grinning about.
No?
Give him $5,000 for that mortgage, didn't you?
Yep.
When he got the cash together to pay you off, it was stole from him, wasn't it?
It sure was.
And he can't get another $5,000 to pay you with, can he?
No.
And if you can find anything in that to make you happy, I admire to know what it is. If it was me, I wouldn't give half the size of that mortgage for Clem's place. If you can grin about losing more than $2,000, you must be off your head.
You're just postmaster, Fred. Nobody'd expect you to understand these things.
And you mean to sit there and as much as say you want Clem's place?
I ain't said it yet. But that's the fact.
It beats me.
Here comes the barkeep. I reckon you're needing a drink worse than I am. Just set him down, barkeep. This'll pay for him.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Shaw.
There you are. You can keep the change.
You want anything more, just holler.
Look here. I've been thinking over what you just said.
Yeah?
And I've got a notion why you want Clem's ranch. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm betting I ain't. There's something on that ranch makes it valuable.
Now, what would that be?
I don't know, but whatever it is, you know about it. Maybe it's gold, maybe it's oil, but that don't matter. There's something on or in that ranch worth a heap of cash, something that's got nothing to do with the cattle. Because there ain't a cattleman alive that'd pay you $5,000 for that measly, dried-up range. No, come on. Tell me what it is.
It's been nice talking to you, Fred.
Wait. You haven't even tasted your drink.
Changed my mind. I don't want it. Good day to you, Fred.
I savvy why you're leaving. I came too blame close to the truth, didn't I?
Now it's you that's off your head. See you later.
Now I wonder. By heaven, sure as thunder, that's it. I'm going to find out.
Hey, Fred, what's say with you?
Huh?
You look as though something bit you.
Something did, just about.
Yeah?
You saw me talking to Banker Shaw just now, didn't you?
Of course I did. Didn't I bring you your drinks?
Barkeep, there's something blame funny going on.
Huh?
You know what Banker Shaw told me? He wants to foreclose on Clem. He was laughing about it.
No.
I'm telling you the truth.
But he'd be losing money.
Barkeep, I'm just wondering if he would.
Huh?
Don't you tell nobody I said it. But he's got a reason for foreclosing. And just between you and me, Barkeep, maybe that same reason would make him keep Clem from paying off. Mind you, I ain't saying it's so. But it seems to me it's a mighty strange thing. Mighty strange.
Fellas, the bankers aim to make himself rich with Clem's ranch.
What's that?
There's oil or gold on it.
Hey, Wally, if that's so, just what's the banker up to?
We'll find out.
It was Banker Shaw had Clem robbed. He aims to get his ranch.
He must have been done the banker done it. Why else did he want to foreclose?
You know what? We ought to set the sheriff on him.
Sure. Banker done it, sure as shoot.
He can't get away with a thing like that.
Hanging's too good for a polecat like this.
It's you, is it, Fred?
Shaw, you're in a heap of trouble.
Yeah?
Ain't you been uptown?
Nope, not since the last to talk to you.
Well, everybody's talking about your foreclosing on Lem. They're saying that if you're so blame anxious to get his ranch, maybe you took steps to see that he didn't pay you.
Nonsense.
Yeah? If you think I'm lying, you just go over to the cafe again and see what happens.
You mean they really think it was me, Rob Clem?
They don't think nothing else.
But they know better than that. I'm no crook. Why, I wouldn't take a penny I didn't come by honest.
You needn't tell me that. I believe you. But it ain't all the folks in town knows you as well as I do.
There isn't going to be trouble, is there?
Look here, Shaw. You and me have known each other since we was young'uns.
Sure we have.
And we've been good friends all that time, too, haven't we?
I reckon so.
Well, then, you can believe what I'm saying. I've seen some mighty mean crowds. I can recollect the time the folks in town raided the jail and hung that crook who shot the other sheriff in the back.
But
Just you wait till I'm through talking. What I'm getting at is this. In all the time I've lived in this here town, I ain't never seen a crowd that meant business any more than the one that's gathering uptown tonight. So, they're fixing to hang you.
Hang me?
They put two and two together and decided you're guilty.
They haven't any evidence.
That's just why they're going to hang you themselves instead of waiting for the law to do it.
They can't do that.
They sure as blazes are fixing to do just that. And you got just one chance to save your skin.
I got a chance, you say?
I got it all figured out. The only way you can keep from being hung is to show 'em you don't want Clem's ranch.
What's that?
That's this way, Shaw. If you'd said from the first you didn't want the ranch, then they'd never got the notion you was responsible for the holdup. Ain't that so?
I guess so.
Now, if you do something to prove you're willing to give it up, maybe the crowd will change its mind about you being guilty.
But what can I do?
I said we've always been friends, didn't I?
I heard you.
Well, I'm willing to buy that mortgage from you. Then I'll go uptown and tell the folks you sold it. After that, they'll have to figure you wasn't to blame.
I'll take my chances, Fred, before I'll lose my $5,000.
You won't be losing it.
You mean you'll pay me that much for the mortgage?
I will. But just because we're friends. There you are. 5,000 even. Now make over the papers in a hurry so I can get back and head off the mob.
That won't be necessary, Fred.
For what? Where'd you fellas come from?
We were hiding behind this other door and just waiting for you to show us whether you had that cash on you or not.
But, Sheriff,
The sheriff has already told the townspeople who's responsible for the holdup, Fred. The banker won't be bothered.
Look here, what in blazes is this all about?
Clem, bring him in.
Here's the others, come. Well, you needn't shove me.
He tried to escape last night. Had we forced the truth from him, Patano and I brought him back.
Uh-huh. Then the masked cutter brought him around to my office and made him tell me who his partner was.
You ain't going to believe anything he says, are you?
Fred, even without Pete testifying again you, that $5,000 you just put on my desk would almost prove it. Where could you have saved $5,000 on the salary of a postmaster?
It's a mistake. You're framing me.
It's no mistake. But we nearly made one because Clem thought only the banker knew about his receiving the money. Clem forgot that he opened the envelope which contained it in front of you in your post office.
But the masked fella found out the truth all right.
And it was a masked man's scheme to make you think there was gold or oil on the ranch, Fred, so as you'd hand over the cash you stole.
If I get my hands on him, I'll...
You ain't, Fred. You're going to jail.
And, Clem, we might just as well take care of that mortgage right now. The masked fella cleared up the first robbery, but there's no sense in taking chances on another.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's going to be trouble at Fort Gardner. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
Most of the soldiers who manned the forts on the western frontier of the United States were trained in the Civil War. They knew very little about fighting Indians, and time again, they turned to the masked rider of the plains for help. It was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order, peace and security to the new territory. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble at Fort Gardner! Hello, Silver! Away!
Fort Gardner was little more than a blockhouse and a barracks. There was no stockade surrounding the buildings, for they were open to attack from only one direction. Our story opens late one night as Private Keating is doing sentry duty. He mutters to himself as he paces back and forth.
Gosh, it sure is lonesome standing guard. I wish I was in the barracks with Carl. What's that? Was a man made that noise?
Who goes there?
Stan. Hey, Stan.
Huh? Who's there?
It's me, Carl. Don't talk so loud.
Carl?
Keep your voice down, Stan.
What in blazes are you doing here, anyhow? I thought you were sleeping.
Well, I got something else planned.
Yeah?
Stan, look here. You'd do me a favor, wouldn't you?
Shucks, ain't you the best friend I got?
And you're my best friend. Stan, I gotta go to town tonight.
To Redwood City?
Uh-huh.
But you can't. Major Brandon gave orders no one was to be allowed to leave or enter camp without his permission.
Sure, I know that, but... Well, this is something special.
Now, wait,
I promised Amy I'd be in town for sure tonight. It's her birthday.
Gosh, Carl, you could ask me anything else, and I'd be glad to do it. But if I let you through the lines and it's found out, I could be court-martialed.
It won't be found out.
I don't know about that. The Major's been gosh awful strict since there's been so much arms and ammunition stowed of late.
But I'll be back before reveille. Honest, I would.
I can't do it. I just can't.
I didn't tell you all the reason for my wanting to get to town. But now I reckon I'll have to.
What's that?
It ain't only Amy's birthday. Her and me've got it fixed to be married tonight. I got the ring, and the preacher's waiting for us.
Well, I'll be doggone. You never told me nothing about that afore.
We was keeping it secret.
Amy's a mighty nice girl, Carl.
You're blame right she is. And I want to marry her so she won't have to work in a cafe for Mike anymore. I wanted to have things a little easier for a change.
You're making it awful hard to say no.
And there's another thing.
Yeah?
I think I'm going to find out who's been stealing guns and things.
Huh?
Yep. Amy wrote she had a line on who the low-down skunk is. But she wouldn't put it in a letter for fear somebody else might see it.
And by gosh, it must be some fellow in town.
That's the way I got it figured. Oh, come on, Stan. Let me through, won't you? I'd do the same for you.
You'll promise to be back before morning?
I'll give you my word.
But where's your horse? You can't walk to town.
I got him tethered over by them trees.
I shouldn't be doing
You're a real part, Stan.
But go ahead. I'll take the chance. It ain't as though you was a crook.
Thanks, Stan. I won't forget this. Well, I gotta hurry. Amy will be figuring I'm held up somewhere if I don't get there proper.
This is a dirt local thing for me to do. But shucks, if you can't do a friend a favor once in a while, what's a friend for?
Get up. Get along there. Come on.
There he goes. He sure is in a hurry to get hitched up, all righty. Say, who are them two fellas coming this way?
Halt! Who goes there?
Friend.
Halt, I tell you.
Oh, that's the Lone Scout.
You're masked.
We want to go inside the lines. I wish to speak to Major Brandon.
You can't get by.
No?
Them's orders. Nobody gets in or out without the Major says so.
Did the rider who just left have the Major's permission?
Huh? What's that?
We just now saw a man riding away.
You didn't.
You deny it?
You must have been seeing things. There weren't nobody left camp.
Well, I might have been mistaken.
Sure you was.
But I still say we want to enter camp.
And I still say you can't.
Very well.
So you might just as well turn around and head back where you came from.
Come, Tonto. All right, old fellow.
Get him up, Scout.
And don't try to sneak in camp either, because it won't work.
Why we go away, huh?
I could have shown that sentry the papers we carry from Colonel Hughes. But I don't want our errand known unless it's necessary.
Oh.
When the colonel asked me to investigate the thefts from the fort here, he said it'd be best to act secretly.
And him, right.
And I had another reason for not insisting.
What, Dad?
The sentry lied to us.
Tonto know that.
We did see a man leaving camp. And if the sentry wanted to hide the fact, it looked suspicious. Maybe the rider was only a soldier wishing to spend a night in town.
That what you think?
I don't know. But he may have some connection with the thefts.
We soon find out.
Yes, we'll follow that rider and see where he goes.
The following morning, after roll had been called, it was discovered that Private Jordan was missing. Major Brandon made a hurried investigation, then sent an orderly to summon Stan Keating to his quarters. We see Stan as he enters the room.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes. Come in and close the door.
Yes, sir.
Private Keating, you were on guard duty last night?
Sure I was, sir.
You know that Private Carl Jordan is missing?
I heard some talk, sir.
I'm going to ask you a question. I want an honest answer. Did you let Carl Jordan through the lines last night? Speak up.
I did, sir.
Oh, just as I thought. You're both in on it.
He promised he'd be back. I couldn't see the harm in it, sir.
If that were all, there'd still be no excuse. But I think that this proves you two were the men getting the arms and ammunition out of the fort.
You don't mean that.
Last night, 20 rifles and a case of ammunition were taken from the fort.
No.
Men that would sell arms to be used against their own comrades are they're worse than murderers.
But it ain't so. I'm no crook, and neither is Carl.
Don't lie out of it.
Carl just went to see his girl. I'll stake my life on it.
Of course you'd have some such story.
You mean you really believe what you just said?
I have no direct evidence. But by heavens, I'll see that you pay for what you've done if it's the last thing I do.
It ain't right.
You forget yourself.
I don't care who or what you are. You can't say me and Carl are rotten yellow traitors that'd steal guns.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. You can't make me.
I'll teach you.
Stay away from me.
I'll take care of you.
I warned you.
You struck me.
And I'd do it again for the things you said.
That's enough. Perhaps I couldn't convict you for running guns, but you struck your superior officer. You'll get no less than a dishonorable discharge.
I couldn't help it. You call me them things. Anybody else had done the same.
You'll be confined to the guardhouse. Orderly, come here. Yes, sir. Private Keating is under arrest.
At the court-martial that followed, it could not be proved that Stan was involved in the plot to steal arms for sale to hostile Indians. But for striking his superior officer, he was dismissed from the Army with a dishonorable discharge. We see him now 2 days later, as he enters the cafe in Redwood City.
Howdy, soldier. Something for you?
Where's Amy, Mike?
What do you want to see her for?
I wanted to see if I could find out
I
if
want
you...
to speak to you, Stan.
Huh? Who are you?
Come. I'll explain that later.
How'd you know my name?
There's a table over here where we can talk.
But I ain't got
Come
no...
along.
Well, all right, but I ain't got much time.
The last Longhorns were the best they ever raised. I guess they were.
Sit down.
Now, see here, just what do you want with me?
We met once before. You remember a masked man when you were on sentry duty?
Sure I do, but I got...
I'm that man. And I want to ask you some questions.
You're him?
You did let a man through the lines that night.
I reckon everybody knows about it now since I got kicked out of the Army.
What do you know about him?
I can't see as how you got the right to interfere.
You're under suspicion, Stan. I advise you to tell me what you know.
Well, that's what I'm here for tonight. His name was Carl Jordan. He was my pard, and I want to find out what happened to him.
Why did he leave camp that night?
Shucks, he was stuck on a dancer they got here. Amy Martin, her name is.
Yes?
He's going to marry her that night.
You're sure of that?
I told you Carl was my pard, didn't I? You wouldn't tell me nothing that weren't so.
I see.
The major claimed him and me had something to do with the arms being stolen. But I happen to know he was going to find out about that, too, that night.
He was?
Uh-huh. Amy had with him. She knew who was in it. She said she'd tell him when he come to town.
Then that explains it.
Huh? Explains what?
Why Amy isn't here.
She's gone?
She disappeared yesterday.
It was her I wanted to ask about, Carl.
Stan, at first I believed you might be one of the thieves. But I asked questions about you, and everybody spoke well of you.
Yeah?
There are several things I can't tell you yet, but I want you to remain in town until I see you again.
But what have you got to do with all this, stranger?
That's one of the things you'll learn later.
I don't know just what to think. But I'm free to say I like the way you talk.
I'm leaving now. But I expect you to keep still about what's been said and wait to hear from me.
Stranger, I'll do that.
Now's the time to talk to Mike.
Tonto, do that.
I think Stan Keating can be trusted. We'll find out soon.
Him look like plenty good feller.
Mike's standing alone now. Go over there. I'll be watching.
Like your 1,500. You hear that? 1,500.
Me want make talk with you.
Huh? What do you got to say to me, Redskin?
We talk in there.
My office?
Well,
come along. But if you want to borrow some cash or something, it ain't going to do you no good.
No, that's not it.
Here we are. Go on in.
No, you close door.
You sure act as though you got something hefty on your mind, Injun.
Me see bad thing.
Yeah?
Me see you kill feller.
Why,
you kill feller named Carl.
You're loco.
Me see you.
Just what's your game, Redskin?
You pay me cash. Me keep still.
I get you. Trying to hold me up, huh?
Me tell law. You not pay me.
And if I give you cash, you'll keep your mouth shut?
Me not talk.
My cash is out to the bar. I'll have to go and get it.
That all right.
Now, you stay here. I won't be but a minute.
Me wait.
You ain't looked around the room any, have you?
What you mean?
I'll tell you, Redskin. I don't savvy how come you seen me get that soldier, and I ain't sure just how much more you know. But the only windows in that room has got bars on them. And I'm leaving you in there till I get ready to come back and finish you off. You trick, Tonto. Now try and get out. That Skinner tried to get me to pay him off in cash, would he? Well, he'll be darn sorry you tried to stunt like that after I'm through with him.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. The Lone Ranger sent Tonto to Mike, the owner of the cafe, to accuse him of murder. Mike locked the Indian in the back room. Late that same evening, we see the Lone Ranger, unmasked but disguised, as he approaches Mike.
Mike,
Yeah? What's on your mind?
I see you staying close to your office.
What's that to you?
I was wondering why.
Well, you can just stop wondering and start moving along. I ain't got no hankering for talk right now.
Take that key out of your pocket.
What key?
The key to your office.
Hey, what do you
Hurry.
think? You're
I saw you
blasted.
lock the door on the Indian that went in your office.
All I got to do is yell and you're done for, stranger.
Perhaps, but I've got you covered. You'll go before me. Now open that door.
I'll...
And hurry.
I am doing it. But I'll remember you. And when I find you again, you'll be taken care of.
Don't talk. Do as I tell you.
Blast you.
Careful what you do, Mike. It means your life.
Ah.
Come out, Tonto.
Tonto know you come.
We're getting out of here, Kimosabe.
You'd better if you sabe what's good for you.
Mike, if you come after us, it'll be the last thing you'll ever do.
You talk awful big.
Come, Tonto.
Don't forget what I said, stranger. You're gonna be took care of.
We'll get our horses, Tonto. We'll go back to camp for the night. And tomorrow I want to talk to Stan again.
Got plan?
I have now. What happened tonight proves things we only suspected before.
We play good trick on Mike,
He's watching us. He'd shoot if he dared.
Here, door.
One thing, Tonto. This proves Mike was the man who shot Carl.
That's right.
So far, we're the only ones who know Carl is dead.
That's right.
Stan told me Carl had received a letter from Amy saying she knew the thieves.
That's why Mike killed Carl.
It must have been. The trick we played proves Mike was the killer. The man we saw ride away after Carl was shot the other night looked like Mike, but we'd never be able to prove it.
Me tell Mike me know him killer.
He believed you, or he wouldn't have made you a prisoner.
Yeah. Steady, Silver. There's plenty more work to do.
There's a lot to do. Find Amy, learn Mike's connection with the missing guns, and who in the fort is selling them. But we'll know all that before we're through. Come on, Silver.
The following night, when Stan left the cafe, Tonto stepped from the shadows and touched his arm.
What do you want with me, Injun?
You come. Tonto's horse wait outside town.
Did you say your name was Tonto?
That's right.
Well, what do you want with me?
Masked man send me.
The masked man? Where's he at?
You come.
Has he found Carl yet?
No. Carl dead.
Dead?
Mike feller kill him.
You know what you're talking about, Injun? You mean Mike in the cafe?
That's right.
Why, that low-down, ornery polecat.
No.
Let go of my arm, Injun. I'm going back.
No.
Let go of me, I say.
No, you listen. Tonto's friend tell you many things. You hear his plan.
Mike isn't going to get away with killing my pal.
No, you wait. You kill Mike now, you hang. You listen, Tonto's friend, Mike hang.
Where is he?
Him not far.
All right. I'll go with you and I'll listen. When I'm coming back here, Injun, nothing's going to stop me from getting even.
Tonto brought Stan to the masked man's camp, where the Lone Ranger explained his plan. Then, for several days, all three of them watched the movements of the cafe owner. One night, Stan reined in his horse before Mike's home, dismounted, and entered the house without knocking.
What the?
You rotten killer.
Put down that gun.
You murdered my pard. You killed Carl without giving him a chance.
Who told you that?
I was talking to the redskin that seen it.
That blasted Injun.
And I'm going to drill you for what you done. Maybe the law'd let you go. The word of a redskin don't count for much, but I'm taking things into my own hands.
Wait, listen.
I needn't try to beg off.
I'll give you cash. I'll do anything.
You're
but don't-
finished, you polecat.
Don't wait.
Here's six-gun lead to teach you.
Stop! I have you covered.
You can't stop me from killing him. I'm going to...
You won't do anything. Now drop that gun.
You can't stop me.
I told you to drop that gun.
There it is. But I don't see why anybody'd want to save the life of an ornery coyote like this fella here.
That's my business.
I don't know who you are myself, but you sure got here just in time.
You kept me from shooting him now, but there'll be another time.
I'll have something to say about that.
You think
On
so?
your way.
And when you get out, you'd better keep right on going. There ain't the hombre alive slick enough to get a second chance to shoot me.
We'll see about that.
Don't stay around the house. We'll be watching for you.
Yeah?
Well, that's the last we'll ever see of him. I savvy them kids all right. They get their nerve up once, but if something happens, it's gone for good.
Some are that way.
Well, got me curious, stranger. How'd you happen to show up just when you did?
I was coming to talk to you. Then I heard that man threatening to shoot.
Uh-huh. Say, there's something about you. Ain't we met up before?
It's possible.
I just don't seem able to place you, though.
Mike, I want to make a deal with you.
A deal?
I happen to know you've been buying guns.
Huh? Who told you that?
And I have guns to sell. I can make you a good price.
It seems to me you know an awful lot.
I've heard things.
Mask, huh? Well, I reckon an outlaw like you might have ways of finding things out of that.
Are you interested?
I might be. I ain't just saying. But I got a notion you saved my life because you figured it'd be worth cash to you. Ain't that it?
Right now, I want to talk business.
That's what I meant. Well, what have you got to sell?
I can get you 20 Long Tom Springfields and a case of ammunition.
What's that you said?
I said 20 rifles and ammunition.
Where'd you get them?
I don't have to tell that.
I want to know, do you hear me? Where'd you get them?
I got my information from the fort.
You did, huh? Well,
Will you buy? You can name your own price. I want to get rid of them.
I just bet you do.
I'll not make this offer again.
You got to give me time to think it over.
How much time?
Can you come back tomorrow?
Yes, I can do that.
Make it tomorrow night.
Well, I'll be here at the same time. If you decide not to deal, I'll find another buyer.
I'll let you know.
Good.
Sell me my own guns, Willie. 20 rifles and ammunition is just what I got. By golly, I'm going to look into this. And if somebody's been double-crossing me, they're sure going to be sorry.
It was the next day that 4 horsemen took cover behind a great boulder that concealed them from anyone passing by on the trail. 2 of the horsemen were the Lone Ranger and Tonto. The others were Stan Keating and Colonel Hughes.
He'll have to come this way, Colonel.
We can't afford to let him escape us.
You can take my word he won't.
We get him all right.
We've got to. He killed my pard and fixed it so the 2 of us was branded thieves. I've got to clear my name.
You will, Stan.
And I think you can promise to be back in the Army with a promotion if this plan succeeds.
Thank you, sir. That's what I want more than anything else in the world.
Wait. You hear?
That must be him now.
Good.
Quiet.
Get up there. Get over.
He'll soon be to the rise.
He's topping it now.
Then it's safe to follow him. Come on, Silver.
Get him up. Get up there.
An hour later, Major Brandon was busy at his desk in his quarters at the fort when he heard noisy footsteps coming down the corridor. The door burst open and Mike stood facing him.
You're the fella I want to see.
Fool, what are you doing here?
You know what brung me.
I told you we shouldn't be seen together. I gave you that pass through the lines only for an emergency.
You're a mighty smooth talker, ain't you?
If there's trouble, I'll...
You sold me guns, didn't you? Then you told that masked fella where they was hid so he could steal them and sell them again.
You're crazy.
But not so darn crazy I'm going to stand for being cheated.
Now, look here.
You needn't try to lie out of it. Nobody but you and me knew where them guns was hid. But when I went to see if they was still there after talking to the masked fella, they was gone.
Gone? Impossible.
I've been playing square with you. But I should have known you're the kind of skunk that'd try a stunt like this.
But I didn't have...
I've been taking all the risk. It's me that's been getting the guns to the Indians.
You've taken no more risk than I have.
Yeah? How about that soldier I had to shoot?
That was safe enough.
And how about the girl that wrote that letter to him? Ain't it a risk keeping her tied up over at the old Sunrise mine?
Should have got rid of her.
Not me. She and me are going to get hitched just as soon as I can talk some sense into her head.
But you can't stay here. If someone should see us together...
I ain't leaving till I get back the cash I gave you for them guns. And what's more, I want enough cash to make up for the profit I lost on them, too.
I tell you, I don't know anything about them.
You won't pay me?
I'll not be responsible for something that's not my fault.
Why, blast you!
Fool, put down that gun.
I'll get you.
The game is up for both of you.
Ah, you smashed my head.
I only hit your gun. All right, Colonel. I have them covered.
Why, you...
You're under arrest, Major. I've heard enough to convict both of you.
It was a trap.
And you were caught in it.
That's the same masked fella I seen afore.
I sent him here to find out about these thefts. You trapped him into admitting he killed Carl Jordan.
The masked fella did that?
He and the Indians saw Carl shot. But you joined the crowd in town too soon for them to make sure of your identity.
Then the Indian didn't really know nothing at all.
You got me into this, Mike.
The masked man trailed you until he found where the guns were hidden. Then he took them away and offered to sell them to you. He knew as soon as you found they were gone, you'd suspect your partner here in the fort.
So that's how you knew I was in it.
We followed Mike here.
Is everything cleared up now, sir?
It is, And you'll soon be a soldier again.
Thanks to the masked feller.
But first, you'll go to the Sunrise Mine with a detachment of men to rescue that girl.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll attend to these fellows.
But who in tarnation is that masked hombre?
Him? Why, he's the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We're heading for North Texas. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states. Outlaws could expect no quarter from him, but he never believed that one mistake should ruin a man's life. If a man deserved a second chance, he always received it. And that is why Hi-Yo Silver came to be the battle cry of justice on the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for North Texas. Tonto's waving on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Jack Bates owned a small, well-kept ranch in northern Texas. He lived there with his wife, Mary. And at the time of our story, the young couple are just about ready to sit down for supper. Mary is standing at the stove while Jack washes in a tin basin.
Anything else happen while I was at the county seat?
Nothing, I guess, Jack. Let's see, I mentioned the hens, told you the cows were better.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, there was a man come by asking about you.
A man? Well, who was it?
Didn't say. He was a stranger to me, Jack. There's the towel.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want?
Oh, he just said his business was personal. He wouldn't leave a message.
Well, what did he look like, Mary? How old was he?
Offhand, I'd say about middle age.
That might mean anything from 40 to 60.
I didn't like his looks. He had the most frightful scar alongside of his mouth.
What?
Why, Jack, what's the matter? Do you know him?
Tell me more about him. What did he ask about me? What did he say?
Jack, for the love of mercy, you've gone pale.
But-
Let go my arm, honey. You're hurting me.
What'd that man with a scar say?
Why, he just asked if Jack Bates lived here, and I said yes. He said how long has he lived here, and I told him about 2 years.
Then what?
Why, I guess that's about all. I told him where you were, and he asked when you'd be back. I said this evening, and he said thanks and grinned at me and rode away. Who is he, Jack?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just forget about it, Mary.
Forget about it after the way you've acted? Jack, in the name of goodness, what's the matter with you? You acted as if that man was going to kill you or something.
No, forget it. Let's sit down.
Oh, I'm worried, Jack. Did I do or say something I shouldn't have?
Don't say anything more about it. Maybe it's someone else. I won't worry.
But you are worried, I can tell.
Did he say anything about the law?
No. He did ask what you looked like and how long I'd known you, but that's all.
Oh, it's him, all right.
Jack,
Well,
are you hiding from someone?
how'd you get that idea?
Tell me.
There's nothing to tell.
You act as if you were hiding from the law or something. Is that the case?
I said not to say anything more about it, Mary. Now let it drop.
The first time.
Huh?
The first time since we've been married that you've used that tone of speaking to me.
I'm sorry, but
Oh, the door.
stay there. I'll go see who it is.
I wonder if it's the same man.
Well, if it ain't Jack Bates.
You?
I suppose you remember me, don't you?
I guess you must have made a mistake, stranger. You're the second man that's been by here thinking I'm some other Jack Bates.
Huh? Why are you...
What do you want here?
Say, what sort of game you trying to play telling me you ain't the man
My wife. I didn't want her to know.
Oh, I savvy. So you ain't forgot Lem Halstead then, eh?
I know you all right, Halstead. What do you want here?
How'd you know I wanted something?
You wouldn't come here otherwise.
Did your wife know that you was one time knowed as Morton?
No. Don't mention that name around here.
You ain't shot up anyone since you took your new name, have you?
No. Look here, Halstead.
Suppose you and me walk over past the hen house where we can talk without your wife overhearing.
Well, suits me. But there's nothing to talk about unless...
Unless I got something to say. It just happens I have. You ain't acted glad to see me, Bates. See, I'm willing to use your new name. Maybe I'll turn out to be a blame good friend of yours. Come on.
You never was a friend of anyone. How'd you find me?
It took some time, you can bet on that.
What are you after?
Jack, I suppose you know there's a standing reward for you.
Well?
I could use that reward money. I'd hate to ride to the county seat and tell the sheriff what I know.
If you'd hate to, then you likely won't do it, huh?
That's why I come to you first. I suppose you know they still want you for murder in Kansas.
Well, I suppose so.
Being as I'm broke, I need that reward money. Of course, if we could talk the thing over so's I wouldn't stand to lose nothing by keeping what I know to myself, then I could get away from here. Likely never see you again.
Not till you needed more money. Then you'd come back.
Ain't likely.
Look here, Halstead. I don't have any cash. I couldn't pay you anything if I wanted to.
Got the farm, ain't you?
But it's not
We can
so
make
that
a deal without too much trouble. You went to jail, you'd lose the farm. Now, sit down here at the edge of this arroyo, Jack, and I'll outline just what's on my mind.
Lem, you know the situation when I got into that scrape in Kansas. I wasn't more than a kid. I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't mean to start trouble.
But you did.
You're the one who planned the whole thing. You roped me in on it, and you know it. I thought ever since then that you framed it so as I'd take the blame. Instead of that, you were caught, and I got away.
I was caught, all right, and I served my term. A good many years. Now I'm a free man, savvy? But you ain't. And Sheriff Masters in Kansas don't forgive or forget. He wants you, Morton.
Stop it.
I should say Jack Bates. You see, I'm reformed now and going straight.
Huh. By blackmailing me.
It ain't blackmailing. All I want is a reward of standing for you.
I've gone straight. I've changed my name and settled down.
Masters don't care about that. You see, I should get a sight more than a reward, because all the time I spent in the calaboose when you should have been there with me.
How much do you want?
How much you got? The reward's $1,000.
I can't raise that much cash.
No? Now ain't that too bad.
And my wife, if she knew...
She'll know sure enough. The law comes and takes you more... I should say Bates. Funny how I keep forgetting your new name, ain't it? If you was to go back and spend the rest of your life in jail, you'd sure lose your farm. So if I was in your place, I'd sooner give up the farm if need be to keep out of jail.
Well, you ornery
Now you just sit there and think it over. Yeah. I'll get back to my horse and pull on. Be back maybe tomorrow for your answer.
I'll think things over.
Yeah. You think 'em over, Jack.
Think things over. Think things over. Think things over. You can shoot him. You can shoot him and close his mouth. One shot and that would end it. He's known as a killer. He's done a term in jail. Go on. Draw your gun. Draw your gun, Jack. It means your home, your happiness, your wife. That's it. Now cock it. Hurry and fire. He's mounting his horse. Hurry and fire. Just one shot, that's all. One shot. No, I can't. I won't. I won't do it.
Get up there.
I couldn't do it.
I'm glad you didn't fire.
What? Why, who are you?
Take it easy, Bates.
Masked. Where? You must have been down in the Arroyo.
I was.
You heard.
Enough to understand the situation. I had my gun leveled on you. If you'd drawn back on the trigger, I'd have blasted your gun out of your hand.
Where'd you come from? Who are you? And that Injun?
Me, Tonto.
You see, if you tried to silence that man, there'd have been 2 witnesses to another murder.
Well, I couldn't do it,
I understand, Bates.
You called me Bates. That's twice you called me Bates. You heard my real name.
Perhaps I called you Bates because I'm more or less on your side.
My side?
Lem Halstead served time in prison in Kansas.
Yeah.
In Sheriff Masters County.
Yeah.
That's where they're still looking for you. That affair was 10 years or more ago. You must have been pretty young.
Well, I was only 17.
I see.
But who are you? Where'd you come from?
We were watering our horses in the spring down below there. Here, Silver.
Scout.
Well, I suppose you'll try and beat Lem Halstead to that reward now.
Perhaps not.
Well, where are you going?
Right now, we're heading for Kansas.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Heading for Kansas. That means it won't be long before Sheriff Masters will be trying to get me out of this county so he can throw me in jail for murder.
The next day.
I told you yesterday I'd be back for your answer. What about it, Morton?
Not so loud. I don't want Mary to hear.
Well, I don't hanker to stay around these parts very long. Let me know pronto if you aim to pay me or go to jail in Kansas.
I've got to have some time. Let me see what I can do, Lem.
How much time?
Well, a couple of days.
Well, make it for sure, then. I'll be back day after tomorrow. And you better have the cash. Get up there.
I don't know what to do.
Jack?
Oh, yeah, Mary?
Come inside, Jack. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Mary?
Isn't there something you want to tell me?
Well, I don't know.
I heard that man call you Morton.
Yes, he called me Morton.
You did a little talking in your sleep last night, too.
I suppose the only thing to do is to tell you everything.
But a lot sooner you would.
Mary, a man can't hide his past, especially if there's a big mistake in it. It always catches up to him sooner or later. I thought, being as I had gone straight all these years, I could marry you, settle down here in Texas, and be happy. But it's no use.
You were in on a killing, weren't you?
How'd you know?
You kept saying, Killer Morton in your sleep.
Oh, did I?
And you was thinking about a son. Your son growing up and being known as a killer son.
Mary, I'll tell you the whole story. Maybe you can decide what to do. It all started when Lem Halstead put a proposition up to me. I was just past 17. He was around 30 then. I didn't know he was planning a robbery, but that's what he was doing. We were seen, and there was one shot.
Run! Run! We're seen!
You shot him.
I got away, and Lem Halstead was caught. Well, that's the whole story, Mary. The law still wants me in Kansas.
I believe you, Jack. Even if you weren't really to blame, you'd have to pay for it.
8 years, Mary. 8 years, during which I tried to square myself with the world. I joined the Army, fought Indians, took all kinds of chances. But I wasn't ever hurt, not even wounded. So I figured that the Lord had forgiven me. He sees things sometimes different than the law does.
Yes, Jack.
Now, do you still have any use for me?
I love you, Jack. What's a wife for if not to stick to her husband through all sorts of trouble?
Oh, Mary.
There's no use paying Lem Halstead. That wouldn't be the honest thing.
Well, if I do sell the place here and pay him, that masked man of the Redskin will likely report me anyhow.
The only thing to do is to ride to the sheriff and surrender yourself.
At least 10 years in jail. Maybe longer.
I'll be waiting, Jack. You know that.
And the little fellow that's coming. Mary, what of him?
He'll be waiting, too. Or she. At least you'll have squared yourself with everyone, and then you can face the world for the fine, honest man you are.
I wouldn't even see him in all that time. He wouldn't see me, his own paw, until he was half grown.
But he'd love you, Jack. I'd tell him all about you and how fine and good you were, and he'd be looking forward the same as me for the time when you'd come back home.
Then, if that's what you want...
It is, Jack.
I'll ride to the county seat tomorrow. I'll give myself up. Tell the sheriff to send me to Kansas and Sheriff Masters.
You're brave, Jack.
I haven't been.
I'm proud of you. And somehow I have a feeling you won't have to go to jail.
You don't know Sheriff Masters.
We'll see. Remember, Sheriff Masters doesn't know you.
Before the next act of our Lone Ranger drama, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. When Lem Halstead threatened to turn Jack Bates over to Sheriff Masters, Jack decided to give himself up. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to Kansas and investigated the 10-year-old crime for which Bates was wanted. Then they headed for a railroad station where gleaming wire showed them that there was a telegraph.
Tonto, there's a station right ahead.
That's good.
We can use that telegraph and check on the report we've had of Jack Morton. We'll save a lot of time. Those reports are true. We may be able to help him more than he thinks.
Maybe feller not send message.
I think he'll send it all right.
we make him.
Steady there, Silver, old boy.
Hi, stranger.
I want to speak to you.
You're masked.
Yes.
Get away. This ain't no place for masked men.
Stay there with the horses, Tonto.
No, you don't.
Not so fast. Don't try to slam that door.
Now, see here. There ain't nothing here that's worth robbing.
I don't want to rob you. All I want is for you to send a message.
I can't do it unless it's railroad business.
Yes, you can. It's government business.
Yeah?
Here's the message I want sent.
But, see here, mister, this ain't government business.
Yes, it is the business of the government to give men the right to life and liberty. That message means all of that to the men concerned.
Jack Morton. Say.
Well?
I was talking with the operator down Texas way this morning.
Talking to him?
On the telegraph, I mean. We sort of visit back and forth.
Well?
He told me about Jack Morton. He surrendered himself to the sheriff.
He did?
Yeah. They're sending word to Sheriff Masters up here to go and get him. He's wanted for a murder he done 10 years ago.
I know he is.
Fact is, he's on his way here right now. There's a couple of deputies bringing him.
Sheriff Masters is south of here, between here and the Texas border.
Just so.
I had to come a long way north to get to this office.
Yeah?
If Sheriff Masters is the kind of man I think, he'll waste no time with Jack Morton, or Bates, as he calls himself now.
Masters don't waste time with no one. He'll have Morton tried first thing in the morning, chances are. Then they'll be set to hang him afore night if they don't lynch him.
They won't hang him, will they?
Sure they will. He's been a fugitive too long to get anything else.
Send that message, and get me an answer as soon as you can.
Well, I'll do it, mister, even if it is against the rules.
My friend will stay around here 2 or more days if necessary. May take that long before the answer comes. Tonto, I'm riding for Sheriff Masters County. You stay here. As soon as the message comes from Washington, bring it to me.
Why, you go.
To try and postpone a hanging.
Hail, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger headed south. Meanwhile, Jack Morton had been taken north from Texas to Sheriff Masters, who immediately called for a trial. While the masked rider urged his great horse Silver to its utmost speed, Jack was brought before the judge.
Yes, I did it all right. I came to surrender.
That's all we need to know, Judge. He's confessed to the crime, all right.
You plead guilty?
Yes.
Married, eh?
Well, this is my wife. She came with me, Your Honor.
Well, there's nothing for the jury to decide. Stand up close to the bar and hear your sentence.
Yes, sir.
If you'd been captured at the time, you would have had 10 years. As it is, you've been a fugitive from justice. You've cost the county no end of time, money, and trouble. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
For that, you'll get the maximum. I sentence you to hang by the neck till dead.
No! No, you can't do that!
Come on there, Silver! Stretch out those great legs of yours, old boy! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Taken to prison, stunned by the grim penalty that had been meted out, Jack sat in his cell with his wife on the opposite side of the bars. There were only a few short hours before he was to hang.
Jack, I can't believe it. It can't be true.
Mary, I was willing to pay, but this...
I'm going to talk to the sheriff.
It won't do no good.
But it won't do any harm.
The Lone Ranger drew closer to his goal, but he realized how quickly a sentence of death would be carried out. Silver responded to his urging with even greater speed.
Come on, Silver! A man's life is at stake! A good man's life!
Sheriff, you can save him if you're mind to. He's a good man.
Sorry, Mrs. Morton, but the law's the law.
Can't you understand? There's not just me. There's a little one coming.
It's too bad. But he killed a man.
That was 10 years ago. He wasn't more than a boy.
He should have thought of that before he married you.
Lem Holstead was only given 10 years. He wasn't killed.
Jury was weak-kneed, that's why. Now, there's nothing more to talk about. You can stay here in my office if you want till the hanging is over.
Oh, heaven help us.
Jake, you stay here with Mrs. Morton. I'll go with Pete and Lefty and the prisoner.
All right, Sheriff.
Sheriff, this is murder you're doing.
The law is the law.
But, Sheriff...
All set, Sheriff?
Come on, we'll get him out in the cell and take him to where the boys are waiting for him.
The rope's all set.
The sooner we get this done with, the better. I hate like sin to do it, but... Well, we gotta show the rest of the folks that crime don't pay in Kansas.
That's right.
Got the keys?
Yeah.
Sheriff?
Yeah?
My wife. Did she talk to you?
Yeah.
You're going to let me out?
Yep.
Then you've changed your mind?
Changed my mind.
You're going to let me go?
Can't do it, Jack.
Well, then why?
Ain't for me to say. The law spoke, and all I can do is carry out the law.
You mean...
You're going now, Morton. I reckon it'll be best if you don't see your wife again. Come on.
No. No, you can't do it. Sheriff...
Now, don't make trouble. We got 2 men here to rope you if we have to do it. There just ain't no way to get around the law.
No, I reckon they ain't.
That's the way to take it, Morton.
And I thought... what a fool.
You thought what?
That I'd been forgiven.
Well, there's the boys right ahead.
Hey, there's someone coming there.
Why, that's the masked man.
Who? He's riding hard.
Maybe he's got word for you, Sheriff. He's heading right this way.
Likely wants a share of the reward.
Hey, what's this mean?
Look out there!
Stop that! Look out for that horse!
Make way! Come on, Jack! Sit down with me!
But you...
Stop that man! Get your gun!
That's it, Jack! Ho, Silver!
Snatched him right away from us.
Never got the chance to use a gun.
Knock me clean off my feet.
Where's his wife? I'll hold her, that's what I'll do. You boys round up a posse. Scour the country for them, too. The masked man will hang alongside Morton when we get him.
What did you say?
He got away.
My husband, isn't he going to hang?
He'll hang, but not as planned. We got to get him back first.
I never seen nothing like the way that masked man rid up, lifted him to the White Horse and hightailed.
Oh, thank the Lord. Thank the Lord.
You're staying here till we get your husband back. Savvy that?
I'm glad to. I'm glad to stay here forever as long as Jack is alive.
Several days went by. The sheriff's posse was unable to find any sign of Jack or the masked man. And finally, the deputies returned to town. Sheriff Masters refused to give up.
What sort of men are you? Them 2 couldn't disappear into thin air.
We sure hunted high and low for him.
Then get out and hunt some more. I want both them men, dead or alive.
He's still alive.
Do you know where he's hiding?
No, Sheriff.
If I thought you did...
I wouldn't tell you if I did.
Now, look here, Mrs. Morton. You can't stay in this here office from now on.
Then put me in the jail.
I can't do that neither. You ain't committed no crime.
No, and I don't think Jack did either.
Look, suppose I was to let you go back to Texas.
I wouldn't go, Sheriff.
Why not?
Because I wouldn't know whether Jack was alive or dead. I wouldn't know whether or not he'd been found and brought back.
Dad, rat it all, you can't stay here. I can't lock you up. My missus can't go on feeding you and letting you sleep in our place.
Sheriff, we got an Indian here.
Well, what about it?
Me, Tonto.
Tonto. Jack spoke of...
What about it? What are you bringing him here for?
He rid into town, and one of the boys recognized him as a friend of the masked man.
Yeah?
They seen him last night. He was building a fire on Dead Man's Hill. And this morning he was keeping that same fire going and heaping wet stuff on to make a smoke signal.
Oh. And who you signaling to?
Me send message.
To who?
To good friend.
The masked man?
What for?
Me tell him come back.
Come back? You mean he'll come here on account of you sending a smoke signal?
That's right. Maybe him come heap soon.
He can't be close enough to see that signal. If he was, we'd have found him.
Him high trail plenty good.
They got him. They got him both.
What? What's that?
Here they come.
Yeah, they got him.
The masked man and the other.
He surrendered, Sheriff, but he won't give up his guns or take his mask off.
Rope them both.
You wait. He got gun.
You're in on it too, huh?
You keep back.
Where's the message, Tonto?
Yeah, he got it here.
Give it to the sheriff.
What's this?
Sheriff, while you were arresting Morton, I sent a message to Washington, to the War Department. Jack Morton had a fine Army record. Good enough to merit a lot of things.
Army record?
Jack, why don't you stay away? What'd you come back for?
We're trusting the masked man, Mary.
Tonto waited for the replies to come in, Sheriff, and I had to take Morton away so he wouldn't be dead when his pardon arrived.
Pardon?
The War Department sent word to the governor of Kansas. He's sending a pardon by a fast rider. Isn't that what the message says, Tonto?
That's right. That's why me send smoke signal.
This sure says them very things, stranger.
Sheriff, you're a hard man, but I reckon you're honest. You won't hang me till that pardon has a chance to get here, will you?
No, Dad Rabbit. Morton, I'm glad it's coming. I'm glad for the sake of your wife and... well, for the sake of your whole doggone family.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse for the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The rich grazing land of Texas brought wealth and prosperity to many of the early settlers in the western United States. But before the days of the open range passed, there were many bitter fights between the men who raised cattle and those who raised sheep. The masked rider of the plains did his best to settle the disputes without bloodshed. It was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the frontier, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. And now return with us to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Maggie McGee's ranch. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Maggie McGee, a young widow, was the leader of the sheep herders in the district surrounding Cripple Creek. The cattlemen resented her prosperity and had tried to drive her out of the territory without success. One day, Pete Dexter made a final effort to buy her out.
Well, I ain't going, so put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Now, wait a minute, Maggie.
Wait, nothing. I don't like your face, your style, your way of doing business, or anything about you, Pete Dexter. I don't even like the way you comb your hair.
You don't have to like me, Dad-ratted Maggie. You like cash, though, don't you?
No.
What?
What good's cash? Can't eat it, smell it, or use it to keep a house warm. All cash is good for is to spend for things a body can use.
Well, all right, then.
I don't like cash, and I like the things that cash will buy.
For the love of Pete, Maggie, stop being such a cantankerous fire eater so a man can talk sense to you.
It ain't me, it's the company. Now make yourself scarce, Dexter. Go on back amongst your cattle-growing partners.
This country ain't big enough for the two of us.
No? You don't hear me complaining.
You shouldn't. Your pesky sheep can get grazing and water all right, but they spoil the country for cows. Cows won't even drink from the stream down below your place just because your sheep drinking in it.
It ain't none of my worry if your critters are so particular.
Look, Maggie, one of us has got to go.
Then go. I ain't gonna miss you none.
Me and the cowman don't aim to go. I've given you warnings before.
Mm-hmm. And tried a plenty of underhanded schemes to get rid of me.
Now, listen,
But you got fooled every time.
Why, you...
Save your breath, Dexter. You've been making threats for as long as I can remember. I declare I'd think there was something wrong if I didn't hear you spouting threats every couple of weeks.
This is the last time, Maggie McGee. I'm telling you point blank here and now that you sell out to the cattlemen in Valmoose, or by thunder, we'll move you.
Mm-hmm. Sure thing.
You'd better heed what I said.
Oh, sure. Sure, Pete. Now, will you get before I stick the dog on you?
You got to hear what price we'll pay for your land. If you sell out, the rest of the sheepmen will do the same.
Don't care what the price is. It ain't enough.
It's fair,
I
Maggie.
ain't selling. Now, I reckon I've stood about all of your company I can stand. Come on, Brownie. Sick him.
You wait.
All right, now, get down now. The critter's gone. Quiet down, fella. There, that's a good fella. I do declare, Brownie, Pete Dexter's the biggest fool I ever heard of. The nerve of him thinking I'd take his threats serious and sell out. Quiet, Brownie. That you again, Dexter?
It's me, Maggie. Lamb.
Oh. Come on in, Lem.
Hi there, Brownie. What's the idea of you making so much noise?
Dexter was just here. I had to let the dog in to chase the pesky rat.
Dexter, huh? Ah, that's bad.
What's bad about it? I don't take him serious.
I know, Maggie. You never did before, but...
But what?
Well, them cowmen are sure up again it these days.
Why so?
Water.
That's their hard luck.
Springs have gone dry, and about the only water is what comes through the creek.
Savvy. And the cows won't touch water after sheep have used it.
Just so.
He's raised his cows to be so fussy, that's his tough luck.
Oh, you know better than to say anything of that sort, Maggie. Tain't only Dexter, it's all the cattlemen downstream.
Mm-hmm. How's your own sheep, Lem?
Doing first rate, but I'm afeard of Dexter and his crowd.
I ain't.
You would be if you got to town at all. There's a sinful lot of talking going on. There ain't no telling how far the cowmen will go to get us out in this country.
How'd the rest of the sheep herders feel?
They're downright worried. We all been working hard to fix a good strong fence between our section and the Dexter line.
It's the open range they're complaining about.
Yeah, but they figure on taking over all our ranches, taking our houses and barns and everything.
They wouldn't go that far, would they?
I'm afeard so. It's a case of them taking downright desperate measures or losing all their stock on account of water.
That's their own problem. The law says these places belong to us, and by Juniper Lem, we're hanging on to them.
Well, that ain't all, Maggie. Wait till you hear the rest.
Well?
The cowmen are bringing in professional gunslingers.
They are?
Yes, sir. And paying $5 a day, free cartridges, and a bounty on every sheep herder they get when the war starts.
They can't.
Well, they sure as thunder are.
Gosh, Lem, I can't believe it.
I know Pete's done a lot of talking in his day, but I'm afeard that this time he means business.
Bringing in gunslingers.
They ain't handing out $5 a day just to bluff, Maggie. One of these days, the whole bunch of them are going to come over the line and tell us to pack up and get, or stay and get buried.
But the law...
Maggie, the law gets sort of hard of seeing at times. Them cattlemen have the sheriff on their side, and like as not the U.S. Marshal as well.
Doggone it, Lem. There may be a real range war before this is done with.
Won't be much of a war, Maggie. You know how many sheepmen there are.
Doggone few.
The cowmen have 10 to our 1 to start with. And with the fighters they're bringing in...
Lem, you said there was talking in town.
Just so.
Well, that same talking has really got me worried. Stay here and get shot down or clear out. Gosh, there just ain't much to choose.
The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were riding toward Cripple Creek.
As long as we're near here, Tonto, let's stop off at Maggie McGee's place and see how she's made out since the last time we saw her.
Not good.
I wonder how permanent the peace we made a year ago has been.
Me not know yet.
The town's just ahead, and we haven't very much further beyond that to go.
We go see Dexter, Maggie, woman.
We'll call on Maggie. I don't think Pete Dexter and the cattlemen would be very glad to see us.
Them not remember you.
Don't you think so, Tonto?
No. Them not see much last time.
I guess that's right. We acted the last time without showing ourselves to the Dexter men, except for a couple of minutes.
Hey there, partner.
Oh, there's...
Oh, Scout.
Glad to see you. Ain't you kind of foolish wearing your mask to come here?
Why are you glad to see me?
Shucks, the more the merrier. Reckon the news that Dexter's hiring gunmen has spread through the hull of the Badlands, ain't it?
Has it?
Gosh, I heard it, and I was sure deep in the Badlands. A team of oxen couldn't have dragged me out if I hadn't been told for sure that the sheriff sort of closing his eyes till the sheep and cow war settled.
I see.
You mean with Maggie, woman?
Yeah. Them dreaded sheep herders, they gotta be moved.
What have they ever done to you?
Me? Nothing.
Then why do you dislike them?
That's easy to tell. Dexter and the cowmen are paying me $5 a day to line up with them. For $5 and bullets, I can sure hate the other side a plenty.
Has the range war started yet?
Ah, but it'll start most any time now.
What are the plans?
Well, you see, Dexter's outfit has to live here for some time. That's why they'd as soon not be too active in the shooting. Maybe the U.S. Marshal might get the full notion of holding court for murder or something.
I see.
But if we'ns from the Badlands do the shooting and get our pay and hightail back to where we come from, the law can just hunt us as long as it pleases. Whatever happens, Dexter can blame it on us.
And he's really serious about wiping out the sheepmen.
You're doggone right.
There should be plenty of grazing for both.
It ain't grazing, it's water. The sheep are upstream, you see.
Oh, yes.
Cows won't touch the water, and the springs have gone dry.
Where are we supposed to meet?
Dexter's place.
Right away?
Soon as you can get there. Soon as all the boys are ready, they'll move into the sheep section and order everyone out. Burn down the houses if they don't move out, and start the shooting. Me, I hope they don't move. I'd sure as thunder like to unlimber my gun some.
How many men from the Badlands are on hand?
10, 12 or so. Is that engine riding with you?
Yes.
Dexter figures to hire about a score men. There'll be plenty.
At $5 a day and bullets.
Just so. Now, you just ride straight on. Then when you get to the Cripple Creek, follow it upstream and you'll see Dexter's. His is the first big ranch you come to.
Very well.
Further upstream is Maggie McGee's place. That's the headquarters of the sheep people. The rest of them are scattered around her place close by.
Very well. Come on, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
I tried to give her a warning, but she wouldn't take it. Sick the dog on me instead.
We'll fix her and the whole tribe, Dexter.
We sure will. Now remember, boys, all my regular hands and them of Barton and Grant will ride along with you.
We'll sure have a sizable band of men.
There'll be about 50 all told.
The sheep men won't have a chance.
Our regular men could handle it, but I gotta have some professional gun toters to take the blame for the shootings. None of you gents can object to 1 or 2 more notches in the butt of your shooting iron.
How soon do we start?
Maybe tomorrow night.
The sooner the better.
You giving them folks another chance to sell out?
No.
Then why wait?
Sure, let's start tonight, Dexter. What's the sense of waiting?
I expect a couple more men to join up with us. I'll wait till tomorrow and give them the chance to get here.
Where's our bunk? On the grass or inside?
All you extra men can sleep in a stable if you don't like the sky for a roof. I don't expect the war will last long.
Shucks, a long ways to come for a couple of days' pay.
I'll guarantee a week's pay anyhow. That's fair, ain't it?
Suits me.
I reckon so.
I come for the fun of it more than the money.
Now, I'll go over everything once more, and then we'll break up till tomorrow sundown. We all leave here and ride to Maggie McGee's first. We tell her point blank it's a case of get out and take the sheep along, or stay and get shot up.
Hear that, Tonto?
Tonto,
If
hear
that
him.
dog of hers starts yapping, shoot the critter. Shoot the critter anyhow, just to show we ain't fooling.
Tonto, listen carefully when I tell you what to do.
Get out,
Tonto, listen.
Just shoot right then and there and set the house afire. Then move on to the next place. Sammy?
And 2 Gun Lamson, Scar Jackson, Squint Olson, Dan Deckert.
Tonto, member, outlaw name.
Now come on back to our horses. You'll get that message through, won't you, Tonto?
Me do that.
I'm going to ride for Maggie McGee and have a talk with her tonight. You ride hard and tell the U.S. Marshal what I told you.
Tonto, do that. All right.
Ready then, Tonto?
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. After he learned that the cattlemen were hiring outlaws to fight the sheep herders, the Lone Ranger sent Tonto for the marshal and then rode to Maggie McGee's ranch.
The fact that you just happened along, mister, sure proves to me that there's real trouble afoot. Just like Lem here told me.
I think Dexter and his men will go a lot further than they did the last time.
Just what I says, mister. Ain't that so, Maggie?
I hate to say so, Lem, but you was right.
Why, Dad rat 'em, they're bringing in outlaws from all sides.
There'll be about 20 gunmen here.
More than enough to wipe us out.
And the regular waddies from the cowmen's ranches will be with them.
Close to 50 men, ain't it?
Yes.
That settles it.
It don't settle nothing, Lem. This thing can't be settled till it's done in a fair and square way, and shooting us up won't do it.
Well, for me, Maggie, I don't hanker to stay here and be shot up.
Quitter.
A man can't be condemned as a quitter for thinking his own hide is worth more than a pack of sheep.
There's principle involved. Ain't that so, mister?
That's exactly it, Maggie. Property rights for citizens are being established these days. The things that are done now will be the foundation for the ways things will be done for the generations to come.
Yeah? Well, the generations to come can do what they want. I ain't anxious to get planted premature for them.
Perhaps you won't need to be Lem.
Huh?
You'll get the sheepmen together and follow a plan.
Shut your mouth, Lem. Ain't the masked man showed us a way out once before? Now let's listen to his scheme.
That's all I ask of you.
Well, I can't stand to lose nothing by listening. But that don't say I'll take to it.
You will doggone your skinny neck, or I'll take care of you before them gunmen get around to doing it.
They plan to strike tomorrow night.
How do you know?
I was mistaken for one of the outlaws. Instead of going to the meeting, I listened outside, then came here before going to Dexter.
You're going to Dexter?
For a while. Now, here's what you will have to do tomorrow night.
The following day at sundown, the outlaws went to Dexter for their orders.
Now, boys, the best way to do will be to go out in sections.
Who's first? Let me be sure to get in on it.
You'll all have the chance to get in on the fun. Now, don't get over anxious.
Remember, you're not to shoot or set any fires unless you have to.
No. You got to get that through your heads. I don't want murdering unless there ain't no other way out. I got an idea that when Maggie sees she can't bluff us no longer, she'll give in.
If she does, she's to have the chance to leave this section.
Yeah.
Oh, what? This is going to be a no-good range war.
I ain't anxious to have murder. But there ain't no other way. That's what it'll have to be.
I'm glad you said that, Dexter.
You're glad?
Yes.
Say, just who are you anyhow? Take that mask off.
And let every one of you know that I was in on this affair? No, Dexter. If you want my guns, you take the mask, too.
Wonder who he is.
Don't know, but he's got brains. We should have kept our names out in this, too.
Are we ready to start?
Sure.
You men right on ahead. Go through the strip close to the creek, right upstream, and wait outside of Maggie's place. Me and the others will follow along.
All right.
Wait.
Well?
Are you sure you're going to follow?
Ain't I said so?
We don't want to do all the dirty work and have you turn us over to the law instead of having to pay us.
He's a far-thinking critter, ain't he?
Remember, Dexter, if you don't come along, we'll come back. You've got to be in this as deep as we are, and we'll be sure you won't squeal on us.
We'll be along.
Well, come on then, men.
There come outlaw.
Good. Indian, you get plenty of rewards for this.
No, me not want reward.
Every one of those killers is wanted by the law. This'll be the biggest roundup of crooks this section has ever known.
You not shoot masked friend.
Now, don't worry, Tonto. I savvy that he's with them only to make sure they come this way. Stand ready, boys.
Come on, Silver!
All right, close in. You're surrounded. Take them up.
It's the law. The marshal. Come on.
God, every one of you, by thunder. This is a night to go down in history.
You double-crossing
I've been waiting for you a long time, Lefty.
Now, jail won't hold us.
It ain't gonna need to hold you long, Scar. Just long enough to find you guilty of enough to hang.
I'll get square with
I
you.
bet
Dexter double-crossed us.
Come on. Heard to pack 'em to town, boys.
Hey, get that last man, too. He's one of us.
Get him. You gotta take him, too.
Now, ain't that too bad? He got clean away. But the rest of you won't get away.
Boys, I'm afraid them blame fools started shooting without giving them folks a chance.
Well, if they done that, Dexter, then I won't pay my share.
Me neither.
Well, there ain't but one thing we can do. That's to keep right on riding till we find out the truth.
I ain't seen no fire started up yet.
Remember them outlaws are looting the buildings before firing them.
There was sure enough gunplay.
Well, it warn't long, but it was sharp.
There's Maggie's place.
Yeah, lighted up, too. Wonder where all the boys are at.
I don't see no houses around nowhere.
This is doggone mysterious. Rain up here. Whoa. This just ain't natural. Grant, you and a couple others come inside the house with me. While the rest of the boys look around outside.
Yeah, and while you're looking, see if you can't spot some dead sheep.
Come on, Grant.
Pete, maybe I've got the situation doped out.
Well?
It don't seem possible that they've all cleared out just as they were supposed to, but I'll bet that's what's been done.
Maggie, you in there?
Knock on the door again.
I'm going in.
Hey, Maggie! You here? Maggie McGee!
The house is sure enough empty.
Empty and lighted up.
Every lamp going full blast.
I'm going to look around. Them killers must have got their orders mixed and driven them off before we got here.
Maybe she's dead in the next room.
I'll have a look. Gosh, I hope she ain't. I'm most afraid to open the door and find out.
Go on, Pete. Open it.
I done a heap of talking, but gosh, I'd hate to see Maggie dead. She wasn't a bad sort.
Maybe we went too far, Pete.
Well, you can't back out now. Go on, look inside.
She ain't here. Her kit bag was always in that stand in the corner. That's gone.
And her dresser is cleaned right off, and what extra clothes she had are gone from them hooks.
Hey, there's a note propped up again in the picture.
Let me see that.
What's it say?
Grant! Grant, she's cleared out.
She has?
She's done just what we wanted her to do. Cleared out complete and took her clothes and personal things along with her. She says I can have this house and welcome to it.
Well, I'll be...
That I can have the land and use this part of the crippled creek for cows.
Oh, poor Maggie. Gosh, she must have felt mighty bad. But then we couldn't do nothing else, Pete.
I reckon not.
Hey, Pete, we looked around outside.
Well, find anything?
The range's all cleared off. Ain't a sheep inside.
What about the other houses?
They're all vacated. Every sheepman around is cleared out.
Pete, it's a victory. Why, gosh, all fishhooks. This thing has worked out even better than we dared to hope.
If anyone would have told me this would happen, I'd have said they was plumb loco.
Dexter.
Oh, there's one of the men. Where's all the rest?
The law has them.
The law?
Not the sheriff.
No. The United States Marshal found out that a lot of wanted men were here. He set a trap and captured them.
You the only one that got away?
Yes, I'm the only one.
Grant, this is the best evening I ever seen. Now we don't even have to pay them men.
So you're
Hold on, mister. You'll get paid all right.
Maybe you sent the marshal to get them.
No, I swear I didn't.
Every one of those men think you did.
Well, then they'll think the same of me.
What else can they think? If any one of them ever gets out of jail, he'll come to square accounts.
By murder.
That's the only way those men know to square accounts.
Pete, there ain't but one thing
I'm
to
not
do.
a killer. You needn't worry about me, Dexter. But you'd better make certain none of those other men get out of jail.
Well, that is...
The marshal will expect you and the sheriff to give him all the help you can to hang those killers.
But you, what about you?
I came here to tell you that this house and all the other houses are yours. Maggie and Lem and all the rest herded all the sheep today and moved them away from here.
Good. I'll pay you off then.
I don't want your money.
Hey, there's a buckboard coming.
Who's bringing that?
That's Maggie McGee's voice.
It's Maggie herself.
You men stay right where you are. She's a few things to say to you.
I got a plenty to say, you ornery scheming cow, to you, Pete Dexter. You thought you'd get the best of me, huh?
Maggie.
You cleared out of here.
You're doggone right I did. Leave that buckboard and come on in here, Lem.
I'm coming, Maggie.
Where did you
Now,
go?
you listen. Retained, I'll do some of the talking, and this'll be the last time I'll have anything to say to you and your partners. You wanted our place here.
Well, yeah, Maggie. It was just the water.
Well, you got it. You rid away from your own homes to come and take ours. We moved out bag and baggage. We took our sheep and circled north to leave these places for you.
Yeah?
Then, after you and your ugly-faced partners left your houses, we just moved in.
Yeah, what?
Moved in? What about my wife and kids?
Your wife and kids are packing up. We told them they was moving.
You can't...
Dexter, I've took your house. It's better than this one, but it should be. You got water here where you didn't have before. You better move your stock tomorrow or we'll move it for you.
You can't get away with this.
Why not? You can't live in two houses at the same time, can you?
It's a fair exchange, Dexter. You can straighten out the matter of deeds later on.
But you and us can't use the same creek.
Why?
We're going to, and you're living here. All your clothes and things are on that buckboard outside, Dexter. Fact is, you're moved.
Dexter, your cows wouldn't touch the Cripple Creek water after the sheep used it.
No.
But if your cows use it here, upstream from the sheep, both cows and sheep will get all the water they need.
Why, doggone it, Dexter. The masked man's right.
Why, by thunder, he is right.
It's as simple as that. The trouble is, Pete, when you get all head up, you get me mad. And then we're both too doggone hot-headed to sit down and talk sane and work things out round a meeting.
You can both live here from now on. And there should be a real end to the feud you've been having.
Maggie, as far as I'm concerned, the deal goes.
Me too.
And me.
It better. If it don't, there'll be a first-class jailbreak, and about a score or two gunmen will be hankering for your hide.
Gosh, Maggie, without range troubles to talk over, I won't have no reason to be calling at your house frequent. Your new house, I mean. I'll sure miss seeing you.
You can stay around as much as you please, Lem. Sakes alive, without you around to laugh at, I'd get plumb lonesome. But you, Pete Dexter, and all your breed, stay out.
Hail, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old boy! We're heading for Roaring Gap! Hail, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Hail, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
Whenever men gathered around the campfire in the early days of the western United States, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he rode through the new territory in the cause of justice. No man was ever known to beat him to the draw, and no man could match his courage and resourcefulness. And now return with us to thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Roaring Gap. Red Barber's been seen there. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, Sheriff Hawkins is tacking a notice on the wall of the cafe in Roaring Gap. The men of the town crowd around him.
What's it say? Is it a reward notice?
Wanted, dead or alive, Red Barber.
Red Barber, huh? $1,000 for him.
$1,000?
That's a big reward.
It's worth every dime of it to get Red Barber.
Who is he, Sheriff? What's he done?
Ask me what he ain't done, and I can tell you quicker. Horse stealing, murder, stage robbing, rustling, swindling, kidnapping. There ain't a crime in the book he ain't been accused of.
Land sakes.
He's a two-gun man and pison fast with either hand. He ain't afeard of man or beast, and he can lick his weight in wildcats.
Ain't he got no partners, Sheriff?
Nary a one. He plays a lone wolf game, that hombre does.
Where was he seen last, Sheriff?
Clem Purdy claims he's seen him over to Calabash. And Luke Sewell thinks he's the one that busted open the safe in the express office over to Big Bend.
Safe buster, too, huh?
I told you there ain't nothing he won't turn his hand to. I can't figure what he does with all he steals.
Maybe he don't do nothing with it.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe he's one of these fellows that steals for the love of stealing and for being known as the worst hombre in the state.
Worst in the state, my eye. He's the worst in the whole doggone world, including Indians.
Ah, here comes that old tightwad, Eben Lawler.
Sheriff! Sheriff!
What's on your mind, Ebenezer?
What's all this I hear about Red Barber being around these parts?
Well, what'd you hear?
Ebbie Watsworth come into my store tonight just as I was closing shop. And she tells me about you making mention of Red Barber.
Well, we ain't sure he's around here. A reward notice about him just come in, that's all.
Eppie, she got the idea it was Red Barber himself come on the stage. There was some mysterious acting stranger on it.
Eppie Wadsworth never did get things straight.
But this here stranger...
I seen the stranger come into town myself. There was nothing mysterious about him, nothing at all. He talks like an Easterner, don't have much to say. And he ain't been seen around here afore. But that don't make him mysterious, and it don't make him Red Barber, not by a darn sight.
I just hope Barber don't get the idea of robbing my store. If he'd heard about it, he might try and rob it.
It'd serve you right if he did, you stingy old weasel.
What do you mean, speaking to me like that?
Ebenezer Lawyer, you're the stingiest coyote I ever knowed.
I got a right to be, ain't I? I ain't kith nor kin in the world to take care of me after I'm old and feeble. And I gotta lay aside my money to keep me in my old age.
Well, you're doing that same right enough. Half-starving your clerk, Billy Lamson, to do it.
I pay Lamson for what he does.
How much?
That's my business and his.
Sure it is. And it's my business what I think of you. Now get out of here and leave us be.
All right. But if I'm robbed, Sheriff, I'll remember what you said.
Get.
Good for you, Sheriff.
Give the blame coyote just what he deserves.
He's had it coming to him right enough.
He sure did. Now, boys, here's the reward notice. There's the description of Red Barber. Them of you as can't read it and get someone else to read it for you. Fetch him in, dead or alive. And I'll see you get your share of the reward money.
May I have a look at that picture?
Oh, sure thing, stranger. Step right up.
Thank you.
Say, ain't you the fellow that arrived on the afternoon stage?
Yes, I am.
And you're the fellow Ebenezer was all het up about. Mysterious acting.
Do you see anything mysterious about me?
Shucks, no.
Red Barber, huh?
Yep. Aim to stay around town, stranger?
Perhaps for a time.
Well, you'll find this a downright congenial town, and one that's easy to get along in, till you bust the law. I don't mind no celebrations on Saturday. I don't mind if the boys sling guns in the air once in a while. But just don't you steal. Don't try to hurt no one. Don't cheat at cards, and don't be a four-flusher, and you'll get along all right.
Thank you, Sheriff. That's good advice.
Sheriff, you were speaking of Bill Lamson that works for Ebenezer Lawler.
Yeah.
Ain't Bill got an ailing wife?
That's what he has. Poor gal's downright sick and needing doctoring bad. Should get taken to the coast where she can get some real doctor.
Well, I was thinking maybe we ought to do something for Lamson. He's darn hard working and awful young.
Ain't more'n 20 or thereabouts.
So blame starved, you don't look more'n 18.
Ain't no wonder the way that ornery coyote Ebenezer keeps him working from sunup till late at night for hardly enough to buy victuals.
That's so.
Mark my words, boys. Billy's going to rebel some one of these days. That's what he's going to do.
How do you mean, Sheriff?
No man can stand seeing his wife ailing so and not having the cash to do nothing about it.
Well, I'd help him if I could. Look, Sheriff, maybe between us we could get the money scraped up, and then we could...
No, it wouldn't do.
Why not?
I know that boy. Trouble with Lamson is he's too blame proud. He wouldn't take our help.
That's right. I tried to make him borrow some cash for me. He wouldn't take a dime.
Only thing we can do is to try and make old Ebenezer pay him more. Now, if we could only shame the old polecat into doing it, why...
Fat chance of that.
Hey, where's that stranger? I wanted to talk to him.
He just went outside.
Oh, drat it, and I didn't even get his name.
Tonto, I hope to learn more about Red Barber.
What you find out?
Nothing just yet. The reward notice is posted.
Notice got bullet hole?
No, Tonto. Those other reward notices he's shot full of holes show he's not far from here, though.
That's right.
I learned of something else in the cafe, Tonto.
What that?
It's about a man who needs help. Come on. We're going to a small cottage over yonder to see a fellow by the name of Lamson. His wife isn't well.
What matter?
He's struggling hard to support his wife. I want to see what he's like. We'll lead our horses. He doesn't live far.
What we do for him?
I don't know yet, Tonto. But if he's all I heard he is, I want to find a way to help him. We'll have a look inside his home.
There now, honey. Try to stop coughing.
Billy, it hurts me so that it's coughing.
Here, take a drink of water, Nancy. Drink it, honey. It might help you some.
I guess I'm past that coughing spell now.
How was you today while I was working?
Well, I wasn't bad, Billy, honest. I didn't cough much. Oh, Billy, I wish there wasn't such a hindrance to you.
Don't say that, Nancy. You ain't no trouble to me, honey. You're all I got in the world.
You have to work so hard and do all the cooking and cleaning to boot and doctor me, and I just lie here. I can't help a bit. Well, if only I could get well.
You'll get well soon, Nancy. You will.
Don't try to tell me that, Billy. I know better. Please don't try to lie to me that way. I know the truth now. I heard what the doctor told you.
Oh, Nancy.
He told you that I wouldn't live 6 months less than I got away from here. And he said you ought to send me to the coast to a good doctor he gave you the name of.
But, honey, that's what I'm going to do.
Oh, Billy.
I can't let you die. You know that. You're going to the coast, and what's more, you're going on the morning stage.
Oh, Billy, please, dear, don't say things like that. I know you can't do it. It's not possible. You don't have to lie to me.
But I got it arranged. It's all arranged, Nan, and I'm going with you. The stage comes through at daybreak, and you and me will be on it.
Oh, Billy, you're serious.
Of course I am.
But how can we do it?
If it's cash you're worrying
You
about.
know it is. You ain't been able to save a thing out in what Mr. Lawler pays you.
Maybe not, but I got the cash.
Billy.
I have. $500 cash money. I got it all.
But where'd you get it?
Now, don't you worry your head about that, honey. You just remember you ain't to worry about nothing at all. I got the money, and we're leaving in the morning for the coast.
No, we ain't, Billy.
What do you mean?
You got that money one of two ways, Billy. Either borrowed it or you stole it.
I borrowed it. But you ain't to mind that, honey. Just remember you're going to get well.
Billy, if you borrowed the money without no way of paying it back, it's the same as stealing.
But, honey...
It's mortgaging your life for mine, Billy, and I ain't going to let you do it.
But, Nancy...
I'd sooner lose my life than to have it saved by stolen money.
Nancy, honey, you got to think of me, too. You're everything in the world to me. As long as I have you, I got something to keep me going. But if I was to lose you, I reckon I'd die my own self.
Oh, Billy.
Honey, here, drink this water. Oh, Lord, I wish there was something I could do for you.
You here?
Yes, let's get away from the window. Tonto, we must find a way to help that young couple. Come on, Silver. There must be something that can be done to help them.
That girl plenty sick.
The doctor's right. She can't live long in this climate.
Fellas say him got money.
Yes, Tonto. I wonder...
You think maybe him robbed store?
I'm afraid so, Tonto. His love for his wife may have forced him to steal.
What we do now?
I want to think. There must be some way.
We Look for Red Barber now?
No, Tonto. We'll abandon the hunt for him for a while and see if anything... Tonto!
Look, yonder.
A horseman. He was on the other side of the cottage.
What him there for?
Too dark to tell. He must have heard what we did. We'll follow him. He might turn Lamson over to the law. Come on, Tonto.
Get him up.
Kyle Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto followed the rider, but the night was dark, and when they lost his trail, it was impossible to pick it up again.
It's no use, Tonto. He's gotten away from us. We spent enough time hunting for him.
Him got plenty fast horse.
You must know the trails around here mighty well, too.
Maybe we find track when daylight comes.
It's our only chance of locating him, and that's a slim chance. This hard ground isn't likely to show tracks.
Wait. Hold, Scout.
Hold, Silver.
Hold. You hear?
A horse.
Maybe that him.
If it is, he's coming back. That horse is heading this way.
Not right. Wait.
What is it, Tonto?
That same horse. There it come. Now you see?
Yes, and the girl's on the saddle now. Come on, Silver.
Get up there. Get away from
Wait,
me.
I want to speak to you.
Let go that
Let go.
Stop it, Blasted. Leave me be.
Just a minute, please. Hold that.
What's this mean? I ain't nothing worth stealing. Let me go, won't you?
Don't be afraid, young lady. I'm not going to rob you. Just let me ask you a couple of questions.
No, I can't. I can't talk to nobody. That was part of my bargain. I'll lose this horse if I talk to anyone.
We want to speak to you about the horse.
No, let me go. I can't talk to you. I can't talk to no one. I promised the fella that give me this horse. I can't speak to nobody.
Where that feller now?
I don't know.
Don't be afraid of my mask. I want to find the man who gave you that horse, and I want you to tell me why he gave it to you.
He just said he wouldn't be needing it no more after tonight.
That's strange.
It's plenty strange.
What's that paper in your hand?
Well, that's just...
It looks to me like one of the notices telling of the reward for the capture of Red Barber.
Yeah.
There's something written on the back of it.
Oh, please, stranger. The fella that gave me this and told me to take it to the sheriff and keep this horse for my own. He said if I got to the sheriff before 10 o'clock, he'd make me sorry for it.
Do you know what this says?
No, mister, I can't read. That man just scrawled it on there with a hunk of pencil and told me to get it to the sheriff, but not afore 10 o'clock.
Very well. You may take it to him. But first we'll see what it says.
Before the next act of our Lone Ranger drama, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. After he had read the strange message written by the man who had disappeared into the night, the Lone Ranger sent the girl to town, where she delivered the note to the sheriff at the cafe.
Hey, fellas. Listen here. Quiet down, won't you? I got some important information.
What you got, Sheriff?
What's in that there paper, Sheriff?
Listen, you mavericks. We got to get some riding and action aplenty before this here night's over.
What's it all about?
Let us in on it, Sheriff.
My gun's unlimbered right now. When do we start?
Sure, mine too. I'm ready to
Calm down. Boys, I learned as how Red Barber's right here in town.
Red Barber? Right here in town.
He's here, And I know where to capture that coyote.
Count me in on it.
I'm with you.
Let's straddle horses and get going.
Sure.
Now, first off, where's that girl gone?
Please, Mr. Sheriff, I didn't do nothing.
Didn't say you did. What was said to you when you was given this here paper?
I was told to fetch it to you, but not afore 10 o'clock.
It ain't 10 yet.
It ain't.
It's only 9:30, girl. How come you showed up with it afore you was supposed to?
I can't tell time, Sheriff.
Boys, we can catch Red Barber as he robs Ebenezer Lawler's store. He's aiming to rob it, and we'll get him red-handed. Come on, let's get to moving.
All right, boys. Let's go. My horse is outside.
Who'll get the reward?
We'll all get some of it.
Can't take chances with Red Barber.
Shoot him on sight.
$1,000 reward.
Remember, boys, get him dead or alive.
We'll get our boys dead or alive. We'll get dead. Come on, get up there.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto had already arrived at Lawler's store. They opened the door softly and found Red Barber crouching before the safe.
Take it easy, Barber. You're covered.
You.
Steady.
You got gun on you. Who are you? How'd you know I was here?
We met the girl you gave that note to.
First time in my life I ever done anything worthwhile, and it's got to be spoiled.
Why did you send that message to the sheriff?
Tain't none of your business. You lawmen are...
We're not lawmen.
Just my luck. I suppose you come here to clean out the safe yourself, then.
We came here to see you.
You ain't lawman, then?
No.
Now, look. There ain't nothing in this safe at all. You can come and see for yourself.
Where did you put the money?
That's for you or the law to find out. Savvy?
Wasn't the safe already robbed when you came here?
Go on. You try to find out. I ain't got nothing to say.
You wanted the sheriff to come here and catch you, didn't you?
No, I don't hanker to swing by the neck.
That's what you'll do if you're caught.
Don't I know that?
You wanted the sheriff to come here, find that safe was empty, and blame you for the robbery.
All right, if you know so much, there ain't nothing for me to say.
Why did you do it, Red?
Can't a man do one decent thing before he gets strung up? Look here, mister. You got my hands down, I admit that. You'll get the reward for capturing me, $1,000. That's a lot of money. But will you do me one favor?
What do you want me to do?
I'm done for, I can savvy that. But I want to be the one that's blamed for robbing this safe.
You heard what was said in Bill Lamson's home, didn't you?
How'd you know?
I heard it, too.
You did?
Yes.
All right, then. Look here, stranger. You talk like a good hombre. You know how bad Bill Lamson needs that cash. You know what it'll mean to him.
Yes, I do, Red.
You know Ebenezer Lawler don't need it. He's got more money now than he can never spend.
Perhaps he has.
Then help me fix it so Bill Lamson can have the cash. It'll mean his wife can be saved. I'm willing to take the blame for it. I'm willing to hang for it if need be, though I didn't figure on that.
Lawman, come.
They're coming now?
It isn't 10 o'clock yet.
They're coming too soon. But it don't matter. You got me anyhow. Ain't a chance for me to get away.
Tonto, bring up the horses.
What are you going to do?
You want to help Bill Lamson, Red?
I sure enough do.
We'll both help him. We'll see that he doesn't use stolen money to save his wife's life.
But there ain't no way.
There is a way.
Sheriff, men, pretty close.
What are you going to do?
Come on. You can ride my horse with me.
Where we go?
You stay with us. Yep. Come on, Barbara. Get aboard my horse.
I don't know who you are, stranger, but I'm trusting you.
Get him up. Take out.
Get up there. Come on now.
There they are.
Come on, open up on him.
Come on, fellas, we'll get them.
Where was you, Sheriff? Come on, get
There
up.
they go, boys. Come on. They're heading away from Ebenezer's place.
Drill him. Shoot him.
Don't let them get away.
One of them three is Red Barber.
Never mind wasting your bullets. Just keep them in sight.
They're traveling fast.
Getting further away all the time.
Keep after them. You can't hit them at this distance. Come on. Just keep them in sight as long as you can.
That white horse is easy to see. Get up there. Come on.
The Lone Ranger, Red Barber, and Tonto reached Lamson's house far ahead of the sheriff's posse.
Good Lord, what's
Where's
that?
the money you stole, Bill Lamson?
Oh, tell me it's true, then they'd catch you.
Speak up, you. Where is it? It's right here.
Believe me, mister, he was going to take it back to the store. He seen he done wrong and taken it. He was just fixing to take it back when you came in.
It's the truth, mister. I was going to take it back.
You can't take him away.
No, Nancy, they catch me and I gotta go. They won't believe what I say.
We believe you.
Masked, I didn't know
Shut up. We ain't the time to waste in talk. You know me.
No, I don't.
I'm Red Barber, and I'll take that cash. And remember, I'm the one stole it. Listen, Bill, there's $1,000 reward money for me, and you're the one captured me.
I don't say
Go on, stranger. You get out in here. Get out while you can. And thanks for letting me leave this world with one good thing to my credit.
They're coming for you, Red.
Then you get out, pronto. There ain't no reason for you to get catched.
Billy, I don't savvy this at all. What's it all
Listen,
about?
kid. You need cash bad. Mighty bad.
Come on.
You're getting $1,000 reward for me, and it'll all be yours.
You mean trade your life for $1,000?
Yeah. And remember this, kid. You wouldn't have got the chance to do it if I hadn't stole and done most everything else a man can do that's bad.
Bill, he's...
But listen, mister, I can't...
Shut up and listen. There's one thing you can't do. You come mighty close to stealing. You see where it fetched me? Well, don't do it. Here, quick. Take this gun and hold it on me. I'll keep this one.
Yeah, but I don't...
Never mind trying to savvy anything. Keep back again the wall there.
We got you trapped in there, Barber. Come out with your hands up.
You won't get me alive.
Come out, or we'll come after you.
Come on, then. You keep back out in the line of fire now.
Please, mister, we...
Quiet now. Come on, if you think you're man enough. But I warn you, Sheriff, you better come in shooting.
This is your last chance, Barber. You won't leave that house alive if you don't surrender.
Come on, try to get me. You can't get me. I'll show you. I still got one gun left. Good shooting, boys.
Sheriff, you don't...
You got me.
Yes, we got you at last, Red. Pick him up, boys. Tote him outside. Sorry, Lamson. We're doing this in your place. We figured he'd hide out here, the coyote.
He was fixing to drill us if we hadn't.
Yeah, but you don't
Boys, here's the money he stole right here on the floor.
Why did you shoot us?
Get him outside, boys.
I got him. Come on, Red.
Sorry, Lamson. We won't bother you no more. I'll be right glad to see you get that reward.
Put me down on the ground for a second.
For what, you ornery killer?
I won't swing, Sheriff. Not me. I'm cashing in my checks fast. I want to talk.
Put him down, boys.
Sheriff, look at the gun I pointed at you.
Eh?
Take a look.
Why? There ain't no cartridges in it.
I didn't want to kill no more folks, but I wanted you to shoot me so as I couldn't swing.
How come you give up shooting so sudden?
Sheriff, is Lamson going to get the reward?
Yes, Red. Reckon he is.
Look, Sheriff, he needs it.
Ain't no doubt about that. It's a slick chance for us to force cash on him in spite of his pride.
Sure is. There's so many of us, it wouldn't be hardly nothing if it was divided between us.
You're right.
Tell me, Sheriff, that you'll see Lamson get the reward.
All right. I will. I'll see that he gets it.
Sheriff, he don't know me. I don't reckon he'd ever seen me. Don't never tell him that his Paul was a crook.
I get it. Barber, you lived by the gun, but you're dying like a man. Now answer me one thing.
Yeah?
Who was the fellas with you at that store? Answer me, Red. Who was he? What's he look like?
He was a short, fat feller.
Silver! We're heading for Long Arrow's village. Donald's waiting for us there. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse for the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
The pioneers who first settled in the western United States had to fight Indians and outlaws. And though the odds were heavy against them, there was one man to whom they could turn for help. That was the masked rider of the plains. It was he who brought law and order to the frontier and made peace and security possible for the honest ranchers and their families. Now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Barnes Ranch. Donald's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, Joe Barnes, who had been a guest at his brother's home for supper, picked up his hat and prepared to leave the ranch house for his cafe in town.
Pete, you're the luckiest feller I know of. You got a wife that can outcook anybody I ever heard tell of, and a young'un that's grown so fast to be a top hand before you know it.
I reckon it ain't everybody that's been as lucky as me. I ain't complaining, am I, Molly?
You just better not.
Well, I'll be running along now. Sorry I can't stay and spend the evening with you.
You're welcome anytime, Joe. We ain't seen much of you lately.
Shucks, I reckon you know how running a cafe keeps a fella busy.
Yep, I suppose.
Doggone horse. He's seen me, so he's anxious to get started for home and oats. Well, good night, all.
Good night, Joe.
Come soon again.
Night, Uncle Joe.
Good night, Davy. Steady there, blast you. Maybe you folks can come to town and visit me sometime.
We'll see about it.
Get up there. Get up there. And then again, maybe it'll be fixed so they won't get to town. Come on there, blast you. Get on there. There's a grove of trees where I told the fellas to meet me. You just better be there. I'll have something to say to them that'll blister their hides. Get along there. This ought to be just about it. So blasted dark, I can't hardly see a thing. Oh, there. Oh. Red. Hey, Red. Are you here?
That you, Joe?
Who else you think it'd be? Where are you?
Just a second. Come on, fellas. I was beginning to think you was going to stay there all night.
Oh, I got away as soon as I could.
How about the ranch? Everything set?
You won't have no trouble at all. Most of the hands are in town, and what's left you can take care of easy. Pete said they was in the bunkhouse.
Your brother don't suspect nothing, does he?
Him? That fool don't know enough to suspect anything. Well, ain't no use standing here talking. I'll get back to town so nobody will suspicion me and you get started.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah?
I happen to know a few things, too. One of them is that Pete's got cash hid away somewheres.
What if he has?
You got any objections to our getting a hold of it for part of our pay?
You'll do no such thing. In the first place, you don't keep it hid in the house. If you go to looking for it, you waste too much time.
We could sort of persuade one of them to talk.
Nope. Forget about that cash. After you've finished them off, the ranch will come to me. Then you'll get every cent I promised you. And if that ain't enough to satisfy you, say so now.
Oh, we ain't kicking.
Then get on about your business. I'll stay in town long enough for an alibi, and meet you over to the old cabin to hear how you come out. That understood?
That old line cabin, you mean?
The same.
We'll be there.
You better be. Well, I'm heading for town. Get up there. Come on, get up there.
Half an hour later, as the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced through the night, they saw a red glare in the sky to the west.
What matter?
Look, Tonto, in the distance.
Oh, there, fire.
It can't be a signal fire. It's too big for that. I wonder...
Maybe house burn.
It must be. That's just about where the buildings of the Barnes ranch should be. Come on, Tonto. We won't go to town yet. We'll cut across country and see if we can't help. I'll
Get 'em up,
Silver!
Scout.
Away!
The masked man and his faithful Indian companion urged their horses to their greatest speed. But swiftly as the two men rode, the fire had almost completed its work when they drew near the ranch house.
The place seems deserted, Tonto. I don't understand why the people who live here wouldn't stay to keep the fire from spreading to the other buildings.
That's plenty strange.
There's Silver. We'll take a look around, Tonto. I'm afraid we're too late to save anything from the ranch house.
You look.
What is it?
There, marked, many horse.
Those hoofprints were made recently. Wonder why those riders left.
Mister! Oh, mister!
There, boy.
Mother Corral. Maybe he can tell us what happened.
Then come.
Oh, please, mister, get my mother back. You're masked.
It's all right, son. Tonto and I are not outlaws. Here now. See if you can't tell us what's happened.
Even if you are, you ain't one of them that killed Paul.
Your father was killed? Come now, if you cry, you won't be able to tell us about it. If that happens, then we can't help you.
I'll try not to cry, mister. Paul used to say it was only woman folks cried.
What's your name?
Davy Barnes.
Pete Barnes, son?
Uh-huh.
Tonto, was Pete Barnes the owner of this ranch that was killed? Dave, who did it?
I never seen him before, mister. They just rode up to the house, run off the hands, and killed Paul without giving him a chance.
And what happened to your mother?
They tried to get her to tell where Paul hid his cash, but
But where is she now?
They said they was going to make her talk. And then they heard you calling to your horse and they rode off. They took her along. Oh, please, mister, get her back, won't you? You just got to.
We certainly will, Dave. Did they try to harm you?
Ma, she made me run and hide when the trouble started.
But why did they set fire to the house?
Ma tried to get away from him and bumped the table with the lamb.
I see. Tonto, it must have been the footprints left by the outlaws we noticed. What's that?
Maybe it's posse.
The fire was probably seen in town. Perhaps one of Pete Barnes' men got there and reported what happened. If that's the case, they'll shoot first and ask questions afterward. Here, Silver. Here, Scout. The child's safe, and we haven't time to explain ourselves. Here, come on, Tonto. We're following those outlaws to the hills.
Me ready.
I'll sail
Get 'em up,
by.
Scout.
Away!
Hold on, get away! Pull it in. Come on, keep on after them, boys. Ride. Ride hard. Ride.
The sheriff and the men who rode with him soon found that their mounts were no match for those of the masked man and Tonto, and finally they turned back to the ranch house. We see them as they draw their horses to a halt by the smoldering remains.
Oh, Gosh, Joe. Them crooks sure ruined your brother's place, and no mistake. And I'll bet my saddle I know who done it.
You do?
This looks like the work of Red Purvis and them pesky mavericks that travel with him. If I ever get them where I can... Joe, there's the young un, Davy.
Well, I'll be...
Davy, come here.
Sheriff, them fellows you saw leave here didn't do this.
Huh? Wasn't they one of Red Purvis's gang?
I don't know about that, Sheriff, but if it hadn't been for them, I'd have been killed too.
Tarnation. And we almost drilled the wrong fellers. Say, Joe, what's ailing you? You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
It's nothing, Sheriff. I reckon I was kind of surprised seeing the boy was still alive.
Yeah?
You know yourself, Sheriff, when Zeke rode into town telling about the raid, he said that it looked like them outlaws aimed to kill off everybody in the ranch house.
It's too bad Zeke and Clem were the only punchers here. Maybe this wouldn't have happened.
Sheriff,
Huh? What is it, Bub?
those men took Ma away with them.
What's that?
She's alive, too?
They tried to make her tell where Pa's cash was.
Why, the double-crossing...
What'd you say, Joe?
Why, I was just saying the dirty skunks ought to be hung for a trick like that.
I'm just wondering what we're going to do with Davy.
Don't take me away, Sheriff.
Shucks, you can't stay here the way things are.
Davy, you'll come home with me. Of course you will. I'm your uncle, ain't I?
But I don't want to go.
Now, Davy, I reckon Joe's got the right of it. Your pa being dead and your ma gone, it's your uncle's place to look after you.
Oh, all right.
Give me your hand, Davy. I'll help you into the saddle. Up with it. There you are. Well, Sheriff, what do you think we ought to do now?
Go back to town. That's all we can do. But by heaven, the crooks that did this is going to pay and pay plenty. All right, men. Come on. Get up there. Get up.
Get up there. Come on.
In the meantime, Tonto and the Lone Ranger followed the outlaws. Their trail was an open book to the keen-eyed Indian.
Hurry, old fellow. Tonto, I don't think we can be more than 10 minutes behind them now. The main thing is to rescue Dave's mother. When she's safe, we can try to capture the outlaws.
We get 'em.
Come on, Silver. What's the matter, Silver? Something's wrong, Tonto. Silver wouldn't have stopped. Tonto, look.
There, heap big drop.
It's a break in the plateau. Silver saw it before we did. Come on, old boy. We'll get close and have a look at it. That's close enough, old fellow. Look below, Tonto. You can't see the bottom. That must be a drop of at least 1,000 feet.
Plenty deep.
We lost the outlaws' trail.
Them come this way.
But how could they have crossed? No horse could make that jump. Let's have a look, Kimasabi. Stay there, Silver.
That's how them cross.
Do you see something?
Yeah. You look. There.
There was a small bridge here. Yes. You can see where the timber supported it on this side. They knew about this bridge, Tonto. They chose this trail for that reason. And when they crossed the bridge, they must have chopped the supports away on the other side. Yes, and with those supports chopped away, the timbers on this side were too weak to hold the bridge, and it fell below.
That right.
Well, we've got to find some way to follow.
A woman screaming.
Maybe them hurt her.
The outlaws are stopped in those woods. I believe they can't be followed further. Again, quick, get your rope.
Me get it. What you do?
You see that stump across the way directly opposite?
Me see it.
We'll rope that stump, pull the rope tight, and fasten it to the tree right here. And I'll cross the rope hand over hand.
Oh, that's plenty dangerous. You fall, you get killed.
We'll have to chance it. Do you hear that? Hurry, Tonto, hurry!
All right, I'll ask you once more. Where did Pete hide his cash?
I won't tell you. I won't.
You might just as well, ma'am. You ain't going to live long enough to spend any of it anyhow.
Oh, you'll kill me whether I tell you or not.
Red, she's the stubbornest critter I ever seen. Maybe we ought to keep on going for a spell before we ask her again.
What for? There's nobody can get across the gap. We're safe enough. And before I'm through, she's going to talk and talk plenty. Now, look here. There's a chance, just a chance, mind you, that if you tell us what we aim to know, we'll let you go.
I don't care what you do. I've got nothing to say.
Why, you...
Boss, that wasn't one of our horses.
We've been followed.
Come on, let's see who it is.
Anyways, they can't
There's
get
a fella hanging by his hands from a rope.
He's coming to this side.
He's sure got nerve.
Get your knives. Cut that rope. Cut the rope and drop into those rocks down below.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, crossing the chasm hand over hand, was discovered by the outlaws on the other side. They rushed forward to cut the rope and send the masked man plunging to his death.
Hurry up and cut that rope.
I got my knife here. I'll cut it.
Look out!
There's another fellow on the other side.
He's shooting at us.
Run for cover.
Blast it. Cut that rope first.
I ain't going to get drilled. Get back to the tree.
You yellow coyote.
If you aim to get drilled, cut it yourself.
I can't do nothing alone.
And come on back with us. We'll drill him after he climbs up.
I'm coming.
There wasn't no use for our risking ourselves out there in the open, boss. The other fellow would have got us for sure.
Blast him.
There he is. Climbing up.
Blast that partner of his. We should have finished him.
Now he's shooting.
Look, and the other fellow's starting to climb across the rope.
Come on. Get back where the trees are thicker. Even if they do get across, we get them holed up. They can't break through us.
That's right.
We take cover where we're safe. Then we can pick them off any time we get ready.
That's good sense.
Yeah, here. This is good enough.
The second hombre's almost across.
That's just fine. But when they're both on this side, I got a notion they'll wish they'd stayed where it was healthy.
I'll see if I can't hit one of them.
You missed.
That's his doggone light. If the moon would only stay out from behind them clouds, I could aim better.
Now they're both across.
Look where they're going.
They're running for them rocks. Pick them off.
They made it.
It don't matter. We can wait them out. Well, I'll be.
What's wrong, boss?
Look. Back by the horses there.
I don't see nothing.
That's just it, you fool. The woman. She cleared out. Didn't nobody have sense enough to watch her?
Where'd she get to?
I can tell you.
Huh?
She sneaked away and circled around. Right now, she's behind them rocks with the polecats that followed us.
Leap on the lizard.
Well, anyway, we know where the three of them are. Now let them try and get out of that spot alive.
Keep your head below the level of the rocks, Mrs. Barnes.
I will.
Tonto, we're in a bad place.
Plenty bad.
We have only these rocks to protect us. We can't retreat because of that chasm, and it'd be suicide to attempt to go ahead on foot. We're badly outnumbered, and our ammunition is limited. If they wish, they can wait until our bullets are gone, then rush us. Or simply sit back and starve us out.
That's right. You got plan?
If it wasn't for Mrs. Barnes, I'd suggest attacking and taking our chances.
Please, Please don't think of me. Do what you think is best.
No, Mrs. Barnes. We'll all escape, or none of us will escape.
But
That Silver.
Look at him, Tonto. He knows we're in trouble, and he wants to help.
Him fine horse.
But there's nothing he can...
Him back up?
He's going to try to jump across. He'll never make it, Tonto. No, Silver! Stay back! You hear me, Silver? Stay back!
Him come anyhow.
He's running.
no horse can make a jump like that. It just isn't
Look!
possible.
Look! If he falls... Tonto, he made it! Good old fella. Here, Silver. Here, old boy.
Him heap fine horse.
I wouldn't have thought it possible unless I seen it with my own eyes.
Silver's the finest horse in the world, Mrs. Barnes. Aren't you, old fellow?
Now what you do?
Silver's given us a chance, Kemosabe, but we'll have to act fast. You think you could ride Silver through those outlaws?
But you not stay here.
Yes, Tonto, I believe it's best. Silver could carry the three of us, but I don't want to have a woman run the risk of being shot.
But I told you...
Wait, Mrs. Barnes. Have a plan that'll work. Get mounted, Tonto.
Me ready.
As soon as the moon goes under a cloud again, we'll show those men something they don't expect.
Fellas, you could search from here to the Mississippi and never find another horse that can make a jump like that one just did.
Stand to one side, boss. I'll put a bullet in it.
Well, you put that gun down.
But, boss...
You drill that horse and I'll drill you. That's the finest horse flesh I ever seen. I'm saving it for myself. You heard me, didn't you?
You mean you're going to take that horse?
You just bet I am. When we finish them two fellas and a woman off, I'm going to have me a real horse.
Well, I can't blame you none for wanting it.
If you're set on shooting something, Lefty, try to draw a bead on them two-footed critters.
It's getting too dark again to see good, boss. The clouds are beginning to cover up the moon.
Well, we'll get them in the morning anyhow.
And then we'll see you...
They're making a break for us.
Drill him!
Come on, fella!
He's coming right at me!
Watch out!
It's a redskin. He's alone.
He'll trample us!
Out of my way!
Get him up! Silver!
He got through.
I'll fix him!
You can't hit nothing going at that speed.
You blasted doggone fools. You let my horse get away.
He wants your horse.
Just as good as...
Boss!
Huh?
Where's the other two? The first fella to climb across the rope and the woman. Why didn't they ride out?
That's funny.
Maybe they were shot and we never knew it.
My gosh, I bet they was. They wouldn't have stayed behind if they wasn't.
We'll go see. Come on, fellas. Keep your guns handy, and if you're fired at, take the cover.
You just bet we will.
And if you sight 'em first, shoot to kill.
Funny they don't do something.
Careful. Maybe it's just a trick.
They're gone.
No.
If you don't believe me, look for yourself.
Well, of all the... Now, what could have happened to them?
I got it.
Huh?
Look at where they was, boss. They could have crawled from here back to that rope without our seeing them.
Well, what about it?
Just look at the rope.
Broke through.
You see what happened, boss?
He tried to carry the woman back across, and the rope broke with a double weight.
Just so.
They probably figured the engine would draw our fire while they was getting away. But they never made it.
That means they're all smashed to pieces on them rocks below.
They must be.
Good enough. That's two of 'em accounted for. And the engine, he don't matter. Nobody around here'd believe anything a redskin said anyhow.
Just the same, I wish he hadn't got away.
Well, it couldn't be helped. Let's get to our horses. We still got to meet Joe and tell him how we come out. Come on, boys. Let's get back now.
Red Purvis and his followers mounted and rode to the cabin where they agreed to meet Joe Barnes. When they arrived, they found Joe waiting for them.
You double-crossing polecats. Get in there. I've been waiting to say a few things to you fellas.
Now, look here. We done the best we could, Joe.
Yeah? Well, first off, you let the young'un get away from you. I told you to clean out the whole family.
But I told
Shut up
you...
and listen. And on top of that, you figured on disobeying orders. When I told you to forget about the cash Pete had hid away, I meant it.
There weren't no harm in trying to make the woman talk, was there?
Where is she now?
Shucks, she's done for, Joe. Right now, she's smashed up on them rocks back in the hills.
You sure of that?
Well,
So he ain't, eh?
She must be, Joe. Anyhow, we'll make sure in the morning. I'll send Squint back to have a look.
And how about the kid? You know why I wanted them all killed. Pete had the richest spread around these parts. But as long as there's just one of his family living, I can't claim it.
The reason we didn't get him, Joe, some the fellas was riding towards the ranch house. We had to run for it.
But we can still fix him somehow.
Never
Joe.
mind that. I'll take care of him.
Yeah?
He's at my house in town right now. I know what I'm going to do. But if everything works out all right, it won't be the fault of you fellas. You made more mistakes tonight than I made in my whole life.
work, Tonto, but you've been in the saddle for hours. You've had to ride around the gap to get your horse, then back again to us. Time you return to camp and rest.
No, Tonto not tired. Me here, outlaw scheme.
You did?
Me follow him to old cabin. Tonto tell you when we ride. Me want help get outlaw.
Yep, very well then, Kemosabe. Yep, you come, Mrs. Barnes. All right?
Yes, sir.
Come on,
Get
Silver.
him up, Scout.
You've got to believe me, Sheriff.
Gosh, I don't see no reason why you'd lie to me. But it still don't seem possible.
I'll prove everything I've said.
And Pete's wife is outside there?
She is.
Well,
where's Joe Barnes?
Why, just about a half an hour ago, I seen him ride by going towards his place.
A half hour ago. And there's no time to waste, Sheriff. Dave's life is in danger this very minute.
Ain't you tired yet, Davy?
I don't want to sleep, Uncle Joe. I just can't sleep.
Sure, I savvy how you feel. But I got something here that'll make you rest. And tomorrow you can get up again and give us some help in finding your ma.
What's that drink you're fixing?
It's what I said would help you get to sleep. There. It's all ready and it won't harm your mite.
Do I have to drink it?
Shucks, I know what's best for you and what ain't. Now you drink this down, and in no time at all you'll be dozing off. Yes, sir, you'll be ready for a good long sleep.
Give me it, Uncle Joe.
Sure. Now you just take it. What the?
What? Why, it's the same masked feller.
Come on in, Sheriff.
I'm right with you, stranger.
What's the meaning of this? What
Give
do you
me
mean?
that.
Here, let go of that glass.
I got you covered, Joe. You do like the masked fella tells you.
Now, look
I'll
here.
take it. Now, what's in this glass?
It's nothing, mister. Just something Uncle Joe was fixing so's I'd be able to go to bed and sleep.
Is that all it is, Joe?
Why, sure. What else would it be?
And I think you need it worse than Dave does. Let's see you drink it.
But I don't need
Drink it anyhow.
No, I won't. Sheriff, what's right he got to say that I got to do anything?
I told you once to do like he says, Joe, and I warn't fooling.
But wait, listen,
Tonto, hold him, and we'll pour it down his throat.
No, you can't do that to me.
Drink.
Get away, let me alone.
Drink it.
Sheriff, stop him. They're trying to poison me. You can't let them do this.
Poison you, eh? Well, you got it coming. Go ahead, stranger.
No, please, let me go.
I think that's enough evidence, Sheriff. He's admitted that he was going to poison the boy.
Poison me?
Yes, Dave. There's nothing to worry about now.
How'd you know I
Tonto
was...
heard you telling your plans to your friends at the cabin, Joe.
He couldn't have.
Red didn't tell you about the Indian who escaped him. And he didn't know that when Tonto rode away, Mrs. Barnes and I took advantage of your friend's confusion to hide ourselves in a tree. We'd fixed the rope to make it look as though we'd fallen to the rocks at the bottom of the cliff.
They're fools.
And Red and his men went to the cabin to meet you. Tonto followed them to see what they would do. Then he met me afterwards and told me your plans.
Blasted redskin.
And right at this minute, Joe, I got all my deputies headed for that same cabin. And you and your outlaw friends can talk it over in jail together.
Jail?
Mm-hmm. And that'll be for just a short while before you're hung.
But what happened to my ma? Didn't the masked man find her?
Shucks, Davy. We've been saving that for the last. Suppose you take a walk to the door and see if maybe she ain't outside on the porch. I wouldn't say for sure. I ain't one to make statements I got a tie to. But it wouldn't surprise me none if that's where you'd find her.
Hello, Silver! Come on, Silver, old fellow! We're heading for the Indian country in the hills! Hello, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Thank you for listening. Please like and subscribe.